Bye. Whatever your business needs, Vistaprint can print it, like packaging for tape.
Llévame con tus alas de luz, águila, tráenos medicina del viento, del aire, de las estrellas, del sol. Brillando me guía el camino, llévame con tus alas de luz, águila, tráenos medicina del viento, del aire, de las estrellas, del sol. Brillando me guía el camino, cura, 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 me sana todo lo que yo llevo. Agradezco por mi vida, Pachamama, yo te amo. Cura, 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 me sana todo lo que yo llevo. Agradezco por mi vida, Pachamama, yo te amo. Llévame con tus alas de amor, condorcito, tráenos medicina del cielo, ilumina mi interior. Volando me enseña el camino, llévame con tus alas de amor, condorcito, tráenos medicina del cielo, ilumina mi interior. Volando me enseña el camino, cura, 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 me sana todo lo que yo llevo. Agradezco por mi vida, Pachamama, yo te amo. Cura, 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 me sana todo lo que yo llevo. Agradezco por mi vida, Pachamama, yo te amo. Vuela con el viento, vuela con el viento, vuela con el viento, vuela con el viento. Llévame con tus alas de luz, águila, tráenos medicina del viento, del aire, de las estrellas, del sol. Brillando me guía el camino, llévame con tus alas de amor, condorcito, Tráenos medicina del cielo, ilumina mi interior. Volando me enseña el camino. Cura, 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 me sana todo lo que yo llevo. Agradezco por mi vida, Pachamama, yo te amo. Cura, 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 me sana todo lo que yo llevo. Agradezco por mi vida, Pachamama, yo te amo. Vuela con el viento, vuela con el viento, vuela con el viento, vuela con el viento. Vuela con el viento, 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 vuela con el viento. Cura, 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 me sana todo lo que yo quiero. Agradezco por mi vida, Pachamama, yo te amo. Cura, 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 me sana bueno lo que yo quiero. Agradezco por mi vida, Pachamama, yo te amo. Cura, 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 me sana todo lo que yo quiero. Agradezco por mi vida, Pachamama, yo te amo. Cura, 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 me sale con el que yo quiero. Agradezco por mi vida, Pachamama, yo te amo. Vuela con el viento, vuela con el viento, vuela con el viento, vuela con el viento. dance on this ground, rhythm of sails to carry the sun. Pray for the earth once yet to come. May you walk in beauty and remember your song. Blessed we are to dance on this ground, rhythm of sails to carry the sun. Pray for all life, days yet to come. May you walk in beauty and remember your song. Remember why you came. Remember your life is saved. Remember why you came here. Remember this life is sacred. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. 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 Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Blessed we are to dance on this ground. Dance on this ground. yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Sing with us. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Said we are dance on this ground, and I'm upset to carry the sound for the earth. Once yet to come, may you walk in peace and remember your son. Blessed we are to dance on this ground, and on those heads to carry the sun. And for all life is yet to come, may you walk in peace and remember your song. Remember what you've done here. Remember your life is sacred. Remember what you've done here. Remember this life is sacred. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ay, yeah, 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 yeah. Ay, yeah, 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 yeah. Blessed we are to dance on this ground, written on ourselves to carry a sound. Pray for the earth once yet to come. May we walk in beauty and remember our song. your eyes. Dance wildly, my love. Let's throw our songs into the wind and let them echo, I feel that there's so much healing that can happen between the masculine and the feminine in this human family we're a part of. So I'd like to take this time to bring our prayers to that healing. So if you would be so willing, men, I'd like to invite you to sing with me first. And women, let's listen, and really listen with love. Listen deeply. And men, sing with love. Sing to those embodiments of the moon in your life. Women, listen with love. Let her hear you. thoughts feel very well. So beautiful, sing it out. Women with me, keep singing with.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Grand rising, sweet morning, beautiful morning. How is everyone? Denise, I'm seeing your messages, and I'm not much of a tech person, but I imagine it's something to do with your on the little mic side of things. If you, I don't know if you can click the, there's a little arrow right beside your microphone on Zoom. And I think when you hit that, there's something to do with this, the select the speaker. I've done it dozens of times. Okay, well then that's all the help I am. So I'm sorry, I can't assist. I'm not much of a tech person. So how's everybody feeling today? Are we ready for another full day of stuff, of goodness, of freedom talk? And we're gonna be going into the tools. So day two is really all about the tools and how we can really begin to align the mind, body, spirit aspects of the self through discipline practice. So we're going to be talking a lot about the tools. Again, some amazing, incredible speakers lined up, and today's about building and starting to think about how we add these small incremental steps daily to really activate the tools, to really activate and create a disciplined practice for ourselves to optimize how we think, how we feel, and ultimately, which really opens us up to living healthier, happier, with more balance, with more energy in every area of life. So, but before all of that, I'd like for us to just drop in. So we're just gonna connect again as we did yesterday, and have everybody close your eyes and just set the container again. Again, just taking a nice, deep, full belly breath in. And exhale, and just relax, just landing here in this moment, into your body, into the present moment. Inhale. Exhale and let it drop. Inhale. Exhale with a sigh. This time you're going to inhale, holding at the top. Sip it in. Hold it, and if you want, you can just kind of tense all of your muscles while holding the breath. And then as you exhale, just relax. Relax all the muscles, relax the body, relax the mind. So beautiful. And we're just going to do 3 ohms together as well. So I just want to activate your voices today. Voice obviously carries a different vibration. So as we use our voices and we unlock our voices, we're able to encode this holographic universe with our intentions, with more of our vibration, the energy of who we are. Just inhale, and on the exhale, we're going to Om. Here we go, inhale. This time is going to be Om. Inhale. This time, Hugh. Inhale. With that, just give thanks for the beautiful day and the connections, the ease and flow that we had yesterday together. And give thanks for this day, this moment, this breath, this journey that we're on separately and together. Outside of this container, the journey we call life, as well as the journey within this container, as we're stepping into more of who we really are, becoming the program, overcoming the paradigm, become more embodied. Ask and pray for each person that shows up today to be able to hear what's needed for them to unlock, to remember, to go deeper, to take inspired action. Ask and pray for the inspiration, to be an inspiration, so that everyone here can in turn be an inspiration. Go forward and encode this container, this space with love, with happiness, playfulness, joy, ease, and grace. And give thanks for all of it, for all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so welcome. Day 2. All right. Thank you for showing up so early. I know we had many of us had a long day yesterday, and it's a lot of familiar faces already. So amazing! Thank you for tuning in again, for coming back. And as I stated from the outset, we're going to be activating and optimizing the mind, body, spirit aspects of the self, cultivating disciplined practice, and really, from my experience, from my journey, this leads to the art of living well. So how do we, if we're used to being busy and taking care of others and all this stuff, how do we actually set aside the time to cultivate the space to engage in these disciplined practices to optimize and expand, and come into alignment the mind, body, spirit aspects of who we truly are. And I said yesterday that I imagine if you were able to sit down and do 5 minutes of breath work, chances are you do 10, right? Because once we get into the motion of something, then it's actually harder to stop. The hardest part is actually getting to the thing, getting to the gym, taking that time to sit and meditate or breathe, or going to the grocery store to buy the healthy food, whatever it is. The hardest part is that initial step. But once you get into the motion of taking whatever action it is, all of a sudden you're in it, and it's like, well, I'm here. I might as well just continue for a few more minutes. So that's really what today is about. And I'm just gonna go over this again just quickly. Just gonna go through the freedom method one more time. It's always a good review. It makes more sense to me every time I look at it. So, right. So again, we're yesterday was all about the opening. How do we see the steps if we're not open to them, right? So that opening to the new possibilities, the new perspectives, the idea that we can create or recreate a personality, and therefore a new personal reality, a new identity. And this is not to say that the identity that we have is wrong or bad, or there's no better than or less than, or anything like that. It's just, again, I'll just speak from my experience. The more that I do this work, and the more that I pray, and the more that I connect, and the more that I do medicine ceremonies, and eat healthy, and so on and so forth, the more that I realize that the amount of energy that I thought was possible continues to expand. The amount of clarity in my mind continues to expand. The amount of love that I'm able to connect with and feel is able to expand. And so what I've discovered is that there's always more. There's always more love, more health, more healing, more happiness, more connection that we can have. And so if that's possible to expand into that, then why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we want to feel more love, want to feel happier, want to have more energy? So again, it's not a saying that where we are in our lives is wrong or bad. It's just saying there's always more. So let's go. Let's experience more. Let's have more. And again, these are the good things. The love and the happiness and the health and the energy and all that. So it's available to all of us. So then once we have opened to the idea that we can create this thing, that we can step into more, then we begin to activate and optimize. And that, again, is all about what we're talking about today. And that is aligning the mind, body, spirit aspects of the self through disciplined practice. And I'll say it another way. We've got the spirit up here, and it's like, hey, we came here to do all this stuff and learn all these things, and continue to expand and remember who we really are. And then we've got the mental body, right? The mind, and it's going, well, yeah, but that's great, spirit. You know, I don't really have time for that because I got to go to work and I got to put food on the table and I got to take care of the kids and I got to do this and I got to go here, right? So the mental mind is just going all the time. And then we've got the emotional body, and you know, again, most of us, through no blame or shame to anyone, but have gone through, you know, traumas and dramas in our life and have been hurt, and we've been taught that it's too painful to feel, and so the emotional body is all shut down and it's not vibrating at all. And then that disconnection between these etheric bodies often leads to dis-ease in the physical form, right? So we've got a body that's not at ease. So none of these, you can think of them as different languages, right? So none of these languages, the mind, body, spirit, the emotional body, they're not communicating. They're not aligned. They're not speaking the same language. They're not on the same page, right? So when we start to cultivate some of these practices, then we get these bodies all on the same page, so that we're able to speak the same language. So we're able to actually understand each other, you know, and then that allows us as this being, the persona that is Lee, to actually operate more efficiently, more effectively, more optimized, with more energy and more happiness and more connection. Right. So that's what we're going into today. And again, these practices, they start out as something that you go to and that you do. You take a course, you go to the gym, you change your eating, you do a breathwork session, right? But the more that you show up and you do these practices day in and day out, it all of a sudden, that's who you become. That's how you show up in your life. You become the embodiment of that, and that's where we'll be going tomorrow. You know, the aligning and operation, the embodiment of the and you know, the alignment of the cognitive, emotional, physical aspects of who we truly are. You know, and again, there are two more steps of radical self-responsibility and aligning to and operating from the higher laws, which we won't be getting into really this week. Just kind of planting seed for you. But you know, these steps, these 3, 4, and 5 steps, is what I believe will allow every man and woman on the planet to cultivate true freedom and fulfillment on every level, in every area of our lives. And we'll just go through this one quickly again, and then we're gonna dive right into our first speaker of the day as well. So again, in this journey, we're moving from, you know, the top layer, the top line of the fiction, you know, these stories that we've been told, this program that we've kind of been coerced into playing, you know, whether it's a role of who we think we are, or how you know, we play in society, you know, and fictional governmental structures and money structures and tax structures and all this sort of thing. And that's really the unknown self. Because if we really knew who we are and how powerful we were, then would we ever give that power away to governments or dictators or doctors or lawyers? Or, you know, it's like, and we can really take all of that back, and it becomes a just a, you know, a really beautiful, empowering journey, right? And again, my imagination is, or my story is, and my own story has been, you know, who am I to be doing this stuff? Like, I'm not worthy of this. I'm not worthy of love or abundance or freedom, you know, and so I'll just give it away. And, you know, and I think there's a again, this kind of pervading idea in society that somebody else is like, oh, they're lucky, or they already had money, or they're in the right place at the right time, or they're more gifted than I am. They can do it, but I can't. And, you know, I think, again, we're on this bridge of realizing that, no, we're all connected. We're all the same at a fundamental level, at a quantum level. And if they can do it, why can't I do it? Like, you know? And again, that goes into the Newtonian model of reality, of cause and effect. I'm going to look to the outside world. Again, I've already given my power away to the external person, thing, or circumstance. So I'm going to perceive through my senses. I'm going to, look at the results that I've gotten, the empty bank account, the poor health, the relationships that have been damaged, and that's going to cause me to think certain thoughts and feel certain feelings, and then I'm just going to repeat and take the same uninspired actions that got me these results in the first place. But as we begin this journey, and again, we're moving from this idea of fear to love, and it's not, they're not two different things. It's the yin and yang, and it's the two-headed coin kind of thing, right? So when we actually move from fear to love, from the fiction to fact, from the old story and the old self and the unknown self to remembering, who we truly are, that we are love, that we are all connected, that we are all one, that we are incredibly, incredibly powerful, then we start to come into a life balance. We start to really have more health and more energy than we know what to do with. I mean, that's where I'm at. Our relationships start to deepen, and I think my mom's still on this call. This time that I've been home, we've our connection, our family connection, has deepened so much, and I imagine that's from me being away, and some obviously some different things, but this journey is about deepening that connection. So I'm so grateful for that purpose. I'm here doing what I love, and as a result of my journey, hopefully supporting some of you in your journey, and expanding and remembering, so I'm on purpose. I get to show up, every day, and I've been showing up every day, for as long as I can remember, but my purpose continues to deepen, and this again is with Unleash Yourself is kind of a new beginning to an expansion of what I'm stepping into in terms of really embodying and fulfilling my power, my true self, and my purpose. And that, I can only imagine, is going to cultivate money. So it's like you don't have to sacrifice any of these areas to make money, or you don't have to, and typically, again, this is my imagination and from my experience and my point of view, the old paradigm has said, okay, you're going to either make a lot of money or you're going to be able to take care of yourself, right? And typically you're going to sacrifice one for the other. But why should we have to sacrifice? And then, of course, that leads to fulfillment and the freedom. We become self-actualized. We know innately that we're worthy. So all of those stories of unworthiness and who am I to have these things, and who am I to create balance in my life and have loving relationships and money and purpose and health, all that goes away because we remember innately that we are God, we are one, and how could we be unworthy? And it goes back to what Foster shared about the sperm. It's like we won that race. The chances of us being here are, I think it's actually like 1 in 4 billion or something like that. So how, and then obviously our parents chose to have us as well. So it's like, how does that equate to unworthiness? And that is the quantum model of reality, right? Because we remember that we are the creators of our life, and then we take that power back, we change, and we create those new thoughts and those new feelings. We actually, because it's every time you create a new thought, every time you think about something new, you actually create a new neural synapse in the brain. And if you don't return to that thought over and over again, it'll prune apart. So it's called neural pruning, right? But if you return to it over and over again from different perspectives, all of a sudden that new neurology begins to strengthen. And there's this little glue in between the synapses. And there's only so much glue to go around, right? So if you return to the new thought over and over again, despite how many times you've had the old thoughts, those new thoughts are going to start to, it's called firing and hardwiring. So they're going to strengthen, and the old thoughts are going to begin to slowly prune apart and break away. So you're literally changing who you are from the inside out. You're literally changing your brain. You know, the brain is neuroplastic, which means it's able to change structurally and function. Okay, so the question to you is, you know, what are you thinking about? What are you focusing on? How do you spend your time? Is it worried? Is it like fearful? Are you, you know, pointing the finger at others? Are you in victim mode? Or are you like, you know what, I'm going to create my day. You know, and that's why we do a little bit of a prayer, a little bit of a meditation before we start. You know, we're creating the energy that we want to step into, that we want to move into. And if you do that over and over and over again, continuously, and then you marry those thoughts with an elevated emotion, right? Because the thoughts send it out, the emotion draws it back to you. The thoughts are the electrical signal out to the universe, and the feelings are the emotional. So we've got this electrical magnetic impulse sending out and drawing back that actually happens. And you know, again, this is science that's saying this. It's not, and it doesn't matter who you listen to. You know, whether it's Tony Robbins or the late Bob Proctor, or you know, there are so many Oprah actors. Like they all say the same thing, right? And we become what we think about. So what are you thinking about? What are you tuning into? And then how is that translating into the actions that you take? And are you able to set aside and cultivate time for silence, for self-practice, for taking care of yourself? I promise you, when you do, everything can change. And it doesn't matter what your starting point is at. So, any comments and questions? How are we feeling? How's that landing this morning? Is everybody feeling good? You ready for the first talk? Yeah? All right, raise the roof. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so we've got somatic healing that can lead to peak performance, and this is by Satya Lights. Really beautiful being, dear friend. And that's the other thing, you know, I'll just share quickly before. In my former life, I owned and operated a gym in Toronto for over a decade, and for about 12 years. And owned a house there, and it's been, I believe this is year seven or eight, that I got the courage up to close my gym and sell my house. And at the time, you know, I probably thought about it for 3 or 4 or 5 years. And the more I held on to it, like, I had all this fear. Who am I going to be without the gym? You know, I'm known as the gym guy. What am I going to do? I didn't have any idea of, you know, really expanding into this at the time. You know, there's just ultimately a lot of fear. But the longer I held on to the gym, the more unhappy I was. It felt like an anchor on my life. You know, it was just pulling me down. I'm like, you know, there's all these people, our patrons, our coaches, like, what are they going to do? Honestly, it was the best, most expansive decision I ever made in my life, because I've traveled the world. I've met so many incredible people. All these speakers are actually friends, you know, so my life's just expanded in leaps and bounds. But it never could have done that if I let the fear control me, if I let those thoughts of, you know, what am I going to do? Where am I going to go? Like, how's this going to work out? You know, but I finally listened to what my heart was calling for, and you know, and the reason for sharing that story was because, you know, all these amazing beings that are speaking, they're all friends. So I never would have met them. I never would have traveled the world, I never would have expanded into this. I wouldn't be here doing this if I didn't let go of the gym, of what I originally thought I was supposed to be doing. Something bigger, something more. Denise, we'll go sit in the solarium where the chair is more comfortable. Back here after the talk. Yeah, you want to be comfortable, of course. Okay, so here we go. Satya lights. So welcome back, everyone. We are diving deeper into day 2, where we're activating and optimizing the mind, body, spirit aspects of the self through disciplined practice. So once you find those tools, whether it's meditation or breath work or whatever the tool is, as long as you continue to show up for yourself and continue to put that into practice, then you really begin to optimize how the mind, body, spirit, the aspects of you that make you, really come to fruition. And then we're able to move into embodiment. And of course, we're going to be talking about that on day 3 tomorrow. But right now, I'm super excited to introduce to you Satya Lights, a dear friend, soul sister. We met a number of years ago at a retreat, at a conference, and we've just been soulmates ever since. And I'm super grateful to have you here, Satya, and can't wait for you to dive into somatic healing and peak performance. And Satya is a trauma-informed, multidisciplinary practitioner and a mystic. So welcome, Satya. How are you?
I'm great. Such an honor to be here, Lee. Thank you for having me.
An honor to have you here. So is there anything else you want to share about kind of who you are, just briefly? I mean, we'll circle back to that at the end, of course, but anything else you want to share?
No, I think that would do it. Like, I work with so many different modalities, and it's my highest excitement to support people in their healing journey.
Beautiful. So can you go into somatic healing, like what it is, how it relates to peak performance, and then maybe just share with us some of the tools, depending on the situation and what people have identified. But yeah, I'll kind of let you take it away from here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when we bring in this somatic healing, soma means body. The somatic is of the body. So when we're talking peak performance, it is impossible for us to separate our nervous system and our trauma history from what's happening for us to actually get to a place like whatever that peak place for us is. So I'd like to bring in the perspective that we can only move in the speed of our nervous system. If we are like full of trauma and like we don't have any reference point of what's happening in the nervous system when life happens, and we are getting angry with ourselves, like because we can't get whatever that peak is because of the state of our nervous system. Like, we are going to do all the biohacking, all the practices, everything, yet like we're going to be here because what is required for us in order to peak is to tend here. So tending here is tending to the nervous system, tending to the body, work with the consciousness of the body. Because from the moment of conception until this moment here we are now, everything that's happening is recorded in the body. And if we're not using that information to receive our goals, we're not going to be working holistically. So in order for us to work holistically, we get to bring in the body part. And, if I were to share practices, one of the things, the perspective that I'd like to bring is like really knowing the state of our nervous system. And there are certain ways in which we can actually really ask, okay, in this scenario, how does my nervous system get activated? Like these are like know thyself. Knowing ourselves includes them knowing ourselves on the nervous system level as well. So really getting curious about the bodily sensations. Are we even in the body? Are we even feeling like there's numbness? Numbness is real. So, and being out of the body, being disembodied is real, like phenomenal. So, being so like having so much anxiety and not being grounded and like not knowing what to do is so real. And if we're carrying all that anxiety and waking up in the morning and drinking our bulletproof coffee and then doing our breath work, it's just going to be like we're going to be just more activated. So really knowing where our nervous state is, and sometimes that requires unpracticing, which is a very unpopular opinion because like even me, like daily practice is a thing. Yes, sometimes daily practice is not practicing, and that is really moving at the speed of the nervous system so that we can reach peak performance, and whatever that peak performance in that any given moment is. For me, the peakest performance is being really present here now, so that I can listen what my needs are, so I can actually take care of myself. Like cultivating in self-awareness and presence, so that okay, so this is what I need in this moment, so I can give that to myself. So the biggest gift we can give to ourselves is how we operate. And really waking up in the morning and having it a practice too. Oh, how do I feel today? What is present? What do I need? Where am I in my experience? And really giving that to ourselves. If you're waking up with anxiety of getting to a peak performance and giving yourself more anxiety action and coffee and like the fill is not going to get you there, because like the golden piece is presence here. It's not present if we had all the time in the world, like we can't get to the peak because you're not. Who's doing it? No one's home. So really being present of what is needed and getting to understand the state of nervous system. And there are some different teachers teaching, like what these states are, and really finding a practice to support that. If you're really upregulated or in fight or flight, we need to use certain tools to downregulate ourselves. If you're, this kind of because every time if you're doing the same meditation or breath work, that's not going to be always supportive, because you're constantly changing your experience. What's happening in life is constantly changing. Your responses, your nervous system responses are constantly changing. So really being present with what is happening so that I can bring in the useful tools. I hope that helps.
Absolutely. Can you give a couple of examples? So if you're feeling this, maybe you should do this. If you're feeling this, then maybe use this tool.
Yeah, I think like the biggest tools that are constantly with us, and we do not need anybody outside of ourselves, is the somatic tools: breath, sound, movement, touch, self-touch, contact. So learning to, like, if we're upregulated, learning to breathe in a way, like this can be 1 to 2 breathing, like breathing count 1 and exhaling, inhaling count 1, exhaling count 2, so we can activate the parasympathetic nervous system to calm down. Or we can create experiences for us to, I'm here, like really orienting ourselves into the place. Like the somatic means like we being in the body, constantly checking in with the bodily sensations and mind the body, like, constantly checking with the safety. And, like whatever is happening, if you're, really touching yourself and like, really being with that, like in that moment, you can afford to regulate yourself. So upregulate or downregulate. Doesn't matter where you are, you can use touch to come into regulation. And sometimes, like rocking, like the movement, and also making sounds like you can ohm and like sing and hum. These are all like really beautiful nervous system regulation tools. Doesn't matter where you're at. So going out to nature and grounding yourself is like you can never go wrong with it. So like it may sound so simple, yet these are like the most powerful tools that is constantly available to us. Because also I would like to add that it's when it comes to like I want to learn tools, what are the best tools and what are the best practices to get to A to B, right? Like we're always like peak performance and like we're like we want to know like we're like what's happening in the world of like leading edge. The leading edge is the simplest way to regulate yourself, because when you're regulated and present, you are in the leading edge. That's where we can actually co-create our reality. If you're not present, there's no one home. There's no one home to be at the peak of the mountain. My thought.
I love that. So well put. And you're right. The simplest things usually are the best. And I think as humans, we've gotten so good at overcomplicating everything. Like, oh, it can't be, if I just think and feel and tune into myself and then, regulate based on that, or if I just go out into nature, I'm going to feel better. Yeah. Yeah. It's really that simple, folks. Yeah. So I love that you shared all of that. Anything else?
And don't get me wrong, like I would like to add, sorry, like please. I'm not against like, using epic supplements and like really supporting our body with like, like high vibrational, high nutritional food and, like supplements. I'm not against this. I'm not against like the biohacking or the concept of really supporting holistically. Yet if we miss a piece, that will only, like only one piece is not going to get us where we want to be. And like the nervous system piece, I think is the biggest piece. So that we can add tools, like there's always different tools to support ourselves wherever we are in that moment in time. So I'm not against the idea of peak performance or biohacking or, like really supporting ourselves to really have a vibrant, shiny life. But how do we do it? I think that's the question, and where we are doing it from.
Yeah, absolutely. And really using I feel like we've got external and internal technologies. And I feel like what you're speaking to is the internal technology, right? Like being able to use the breath and really just check in with the self and the touch, like everything that you mentioned. And then when we've kind of got a handle on all of that and put those pieces together, then we can look to the external technologies to continue to upregulate our internal technology game, if you will. That's kind of how I look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's wonderful. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what does, you kind of alluded to it before a little bit, but what does peak performance actually mean to you?
I actually responded to that, and I'm going to repeat that. Peak performance for me is to be present in the moment and to be able to listen to myself, to support myself in any given moment, instead of, like accepting where I am in this moment is peak performance for me. Because if I am projecting myself into a future that is not here, aligned with where I am now, I'm going to create more suffering. And being at my peak performance is being present and taking care of my needs in the moment.
Again, so simple, right? And again, I think we've gotten so programmed to, be thinking about the future and worrying about everything outside of us, or, there's stuff from our past that we can't let go of. And it's like, how many people are able to come truly into the present moment? And that really is where all the magic is. It's where you can discern if you're out of balance, or if you're being triggered, or if you're, somebody's overstepping your boundaries. But how do you be aware of those things if you're not in the present moment?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We say the biggest, like the most valuable thing that we have as humans is time, but it's actually really present. Like that can get, like once we're present, we can actually from that place co-create with the universe, and like that's when we can be as conscious co-creators.
So good. Satya, is there anything else you want to share with regards to somatic healing and peak performance? Anything else that's kind of coming to mind for you that that maybe is a need to know for our viewers?
Yeah. I think I shared most of the important stuff, but like really in simplicity and patience, because like when there's body and all the years of programming that we're working with, time will not heal us if we're not consciously doing the work. But if we're doing the work consciously, we need time. So being really gentle with ourselves and really constantly, holding ourselves. And that's the only, and the forever relationship that we have is here, and being really gentle and patient with ourselves in this journey of like really unraveling the body and this, like quantum computer that we're living in.
What for people that, because I know even for myself, gentle is something that I've really had to tune into and learn, because I'm just like, okay, like I gotta go, I gotta heal, I gotta go deeper, I gotta go faster, so how can somebody who's not used to treating themselves gently do so?
That's a great question. Well, we can actually teach ourselves, and we can look at the patterns of like how we're treating ourselves, because how we're really treating ourselves and how we're treating the world, and in the world also in return treats us. So like slowing down and like really, it's also like the feminine principles, right? Like we are so used to doing things in a certain way, and now we're learning. So to learn something new, we get to actually check how we have been doing it, and then how can I, change one thing at a time. Like really in the simplest, like the most mundane things. How do I prepare my coffee in the morning, or how do I brush my teeth? Like, am I being gentle with myself? Like, am I taking my time? Am I soft enough? Like in this moment, and that will actually, in and of it, like really bringing those energetics. The energy will be our teacher, I believe.
I love that. So really, it begins with intention, right? Because that's, yeah. I love that.
Just like everything else.
Yeah. And again, we've been so programmed to. I think we kind of, most of us, anyways, take over the role of the abuser and begin treating ourselves harshly, and I believe that that's a learned behavior, and then before you know it, however many years have gone by, and we're calling ourselves idiots and like, oh, like why'd you do that, sort of thing. And
that's the voice that's the voice that we grew up with, especially if the abuse is happening in the house that we grew up in. That's what we know as love. Like that's love. Our ultimate intention is to love ourselves, but we don't have the definition of love. So that's what we're doing to ourselves essentially. So really, like as we are healing, I think this is the biggest piece. As we're healing, constantly redefining these concepts that we are taught is so necessary. And that's gonna, like bring that, because I mean, I don't know, this may be really off topic, but like as we're in this journey of like really cultivating practices and cultivating center and lightening our load and like really embodying our truth, what is required? We can't continue the path with what was defined for us. So we need to now start redefining a lot of things. So that brings up like, you know, what is love? Like, how do I love? How do I want to be loved? You know?
Yeah, I love asking clients, you know, do you really know everything that you think you know? Like, have you actually asked these questions? Have you actually sat with yourself? Have you, you know, gone back to like even something as simple as like a ritual that you've continued from childhood, right? Like, do you know the reason behind the ritual or why you celebrate a certain day or holiday or, you know, that sort of thing? Or is it just something that you've always done? You know, so really going into, you know, do you actually know everything that you think you know? Or is it just here?
Yeah. Really staying curious. And that will actually also teach us to think for ourselves and, you know, embody our sovereignty. So that's like another topic in and of itself, but also like really, you know, like I don't think as humanity, we're thinking we know, like think for ourselves. Like we hear all these shiny concepts and like we know the concepts, yet yeah, like redefining and unraveling all that stuff will support us into our freedom.
Wow, so good, so good. So Satya, how can people get a hold of you? What are you up to in the world? Yeah, just anything you want to share in that regard.
I'm really active on Instagram. I think that's the only like platform, like social media platform that I'm actually actively using, and I am going with Satya Life. And I do have my links and my offerings. In the links, I'm currently only offering one-on-one work and sharing my writing. So if people want to, you know, like dive deep and then really get curious about the work that I do, they can get in touch.
That's beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, and we'll have links and everything to all of your stuff and how people can get in touch with you. Thank you so much for doing this, Satya. It's always an honor for me to you, and I'm sure our viewers were able to get some really beautiful pearls of wisdom from that. So thank you. Wow. What a way to kick things off. Who felt Satya? Who yeah, what came forward for anyone? I made a few notes here, but I'd love to hear from any of you first. It's really had such a beautiful way of articulating things. Okay, well, so I will start then. She talked about unpracticing, you know, so really like tuning into the body first, tuning into the self first, right? And she talked about that presence, that high level of awareness that we were discussing yesterday, right? And creating that stillness. So again, you know, if you take 5 to 10 minutes and do some breathing, you know, and breathing is kind of a catalyst to going into a deep meditative state. You know, if you take that 5 to 10 minutes, you can shut off the thinking mind, shut off the outside world, and come into a deeper level of present moment awareness. When you're in the present moment, you can be more aware of how you're feeling in that moment, right? And then once you're aware of how you're feeling, you can decide, you know, is today a day I need to amplify things and step things up? So, you know, maybe I'll go to the gym, maybe I'll go, you know, and do this sort of thing. Or is today a day where I actually need to calm down. So maybe I'll just stay and breathe a little bit longer. Right? But you can't get to that space. How do you know what you need if you're not tuned into yourself? If you're still focused on, everybody else and the doing and the co-regulating and all that sort of thing. Rochelle, the body holds such wisdom for the journey we need to take in each moment. It really does. The body is, it's said that we come back with our Akashic records, our cellular memory from lifetime after lifetime. And I don't know if has anybody done any kind of medicine work? Anybody? So there's, there are different medicines, but ayahuasca is one that I did quite a number of times actually, and it's they call it the grandmother, so grandmother ayahuasca, and it's basically so think about this. It's a medicine that the indigenous have been using for thousands of years, and there are two particular plants in the Amazon of the 180,000 plant species in the Amazon. If you just would use the one, it's got an inhibitor, or the body's got an inhibitor that doesn't allow it to work. But the combination of the two, the other one actually shuts off our inhibitor, so it allows the medicine to work. So, if these medicines didn't have a wisdom, didn't have a spirit, then how would they ever have found the two to put them together so that it activates within us? So anyways, these medicines, this ayahuasca, produces dimethyltryptamine in the physical form. And on my first journey, I had all of this. Like, there were memories, there were things that had happened to me, there were things that I had done to other people, and it was just like, at the end of it, I looked to the person next to me, and even in the mirror before I went to bed, and I'm just like, oh my God, I can't believe I was carrying around all of that stuff. So our cells literally hold on to the pain, the hurt, the trauma, the drama, and we think that we've dealt with it consciously. It's like, oh, even though that thing happened years ago, it's like I've rationalized it, I've dealt with it, it's gone. It's still within us. It's still held on to by the cells. And so these types of works, this type of somatic healing, the medicines, the breath work, it allows us to liberate that stored energy from the cells. And again, relating this to a more scientific component, if you look at the microtubules within our cells, so the microtubules are these little hair-like fibers, right? And it's almost like scaffolding of the cell. These microtubules, they vibrate, they oscillate, but they will actually slow down and start to stagnate the more stuff that we actually hold on to, right? But when we use the breath work, when we use some of these different tools, when we go into different types of movement, the plant medicines, it will actually allow that energy, the stored energy, to be liberated, so that those microtubules vibrate faster, right? And so not only does it allow the cells to communicate more efficiently and effectively, but they're responsible for the cells actually emitting light. So, this idea that we are light, it's actually very scientific. It's very, very true, right? But our light gets dimmed because we're consciously or subconsciously holding on to all of that stuff, right? And these tools allow us to let go of that stuff, so that we can get back to emitting the light, the pure light, the natural light that we just are. And it's also beautiful if the brain wants to hold on to something through habit, but the body has processed it and it just can't pull up a reaction. Yeah, absolutely. Such a powerful process to witness and holding space for someone's healing. It really is, It's beautiful. It's beautiful to see people that light coming back, and to release the pain and the sadness. And I love a good cry. Back in, geez, 2016, probably around 2013, 2014. I think I cried for about 8 months. It's like almost daily, pretty much every other day for about 8 months, and that just goes to show like the amount of stuff I was holding on to that I didn't even know was there. So it's real. It's a thing. And again, as we liberate that stored energy, the perceived lower based emotions, it allows us to, we're able to be freed up, so then we can feel more love, we can have more energy, we can, be more deeply connected. Everything that I shared at the outset today. Did you have a question or something, Denise? I saw you kind of put your hand up, or were you just waving? Were you waving at Eric? Okay, good. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so is there anything else on that first share? I love that she said, she talked about self-touch, movement, toning, really utilizing some of the senses. But how many of us will actually, like, I don't think we did it today, but yesterday I had you put your hands on your hearts. Like, how many people put your hands on your hearts on a regular basis? Okay, so there's a few of us. Good. When I was that first ayahuasca journey, I was so terrified. I was so scared, like literally paralyzed with fear, because it's like all of my demons, all of my shadows, all the crappy things I had done to people, all the crappy things that had been done to me. And all of a sudden, like we talked about, that veil that disappears. That veil disappeared, and it was like I literally saw shadows, and it's like they were like trying to get at me. And I was talking to myself, and like, Lee, get a grip. Like, you know where you are, and you know what you're doing. Like, just relax and breathe through this. I forgot how to breathe. At one point, I tried to ask for help. I was like, I couldn't, like, there was no sound that came out, and through that process, like, I couldn't turn to anybody else. I had to turn to myself. And I was in a rocking chair, and for the rest of the week, I was like basically hugging myself with my hand on my heart, like, and that touch, and that, there are other aspects of it, but that ability to really connect with myself was ultimately what got me through it. So leveraging some of these things that Satya shared, the self-touch and all these things, like, we've got all the tools. It's just we've kind of forgotten, and we've made other people and other things, and the outside world, more special and more powerful. And it's like we can turn all that off, and we can come back to the self. And and again, that's really all this weekend is about, is to support you in remembering that you are it, that you have all of it. It's all within. And when we realize that, we can just continue forward with so much more beauty and health and grace and connection. So anyways, I'm starting to ramble a little bit. So regulate nature, breath. So those are some other things, just the going out into nature. How many of you have ever hugged a tree? Like, when you're not feeling the greatest, go and hug a tree. Like, you'd be blown away at what that will do for you. Walk in your bare feet. Eric, yeah, please.
I just have a because it really hit me, the clarity that she was sharing was really beautiful. And I think some of us sometimes we're not listening to that major clarity that's coming through of presence. And there's a magic expression of like really being here now. And I think like for anybody that's here right now, and if you pop open your camera, like you'll really be able to tap into even more presence. And I know that like we're all doing our best in being here, but like there is something that's really special when you're able to actually step into that level of vulnerability. I know that like it's uncomfortable and things like this, but there's a lot of grace there. And so when she said that peak existence steps into, or peak performance is really in a space of being present, right? Like that, I think is something that you can't hear if you're not present.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of and when I mean hearing, like there's this old saying, knowledge speaks but wisdom listens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of that opportunity if we're actually here with each other. And for me, that's always been a fascination because, like you said, during the trip of ayahuasca and tapping into the intelligence of like putting, the internal awareness, and then us spending more time, like just even putting our hands on our heart, what kind of presence is there and power is there when we ultimately define what we're here for? And so that gives us so much more courage and bravery and certainty and excitement. And for me, it's allowed to really push myself to the edge. And so for anybody that's on here, and like just pop open your camera, be with us. We want to say hello. And for those that can't, we understand. So just I'm gonna keep bugging you guys in the chat, but sending yeah, appreciate you, bro. All of this is just magic, and I'm grateful.
Thank you, man. Thank you for sharing. And I'm grateful for you as well. I'm grateful for all of you for again spending your time, your energy, your presence with us today. And with that, I wanna share another poem, and then we'll go right from the poem into another kind of a word. I call him the word wizard, Marcos Mendoza. He's got just such a beautiful linguistic delivery of his wisdom. And he's going to be talking about how to identify your internal compass and embody its wisdom. But first, we're going to tune into The Way Home. The Way Home. The way home. I know that you are in pain and suffering, that you are afraid, feel alone, like you have no control. Sometimes like things are hopeless and that you are helpless, like you have no control, no say in your own life. I know you feel all alone, like no one understands you, that you go through times of sadness, anger, resentment, that many of you deal with or have dealt with anxiety, even depression, like you're caged in a box, living a life designed for someone else. I know you secretly feel you have to do it all by yourself, that you can't ask for help. I know you wish you had better health, more money, and woke up feeling more connected to yourself, your loved ones, and your life. I know you long to live your purpose and build your dream life, and live that dream with open eyes. I know you dream of a planet and a civilization in which we live in harmony with each other and the earth. Dream of a life with more compassion, filled with more love, joy, bliss, abundance, unity, and divine spark. I know you dream of coming together to build a new earth, one in which we all thrive and live in harmony. I know you long to support and uplift your fellow brothers and sisters, again dreaming of unity, collaboration, and co-creation. I know you feel the shift, the spark of creation within, and the connection to all things. I know all of this because this is how I used to feel, and now what I believe. I know all of this because at a fundamental level, we are all the same. At a quantum level, we are all one. I know this because I am, as you are, longing for my way home. It's a feeling, a thirst deep inside that no purchase, no thing can truly quench. And so here we are, guiding each other back to the mastery within. Here we are, guiding each other home. The way home. We'll just move to Marcus. Okay. Hey everybody, so welcome back to day 2 of the Unleash Yourself Summit. We're talking about activating and optimizing the mind, body, spirit aspects of the self. This idea of really cultivating disciplined practice, and implementing all of our tools, our meditations, our breath work, movement, detoxification. Sorry folks, just give me a second here. I'm not sure why it's not allowing me to. Whatever the tools are, to continue to show up for yourself in and day out and create this disciplined practice. And this is really going to help you into day 3, which is really operate a new version, that new identity that began to open up to in day 1. I'm super excited to have dear brother here from Toronto, Canada, Marcos Mendoza on. Marcos is the founder, and today's going to be talking about how to become embodied using your internal compass. So I'm super excited to hear this talk. Super grateful to have you aboard, Marcus. Welcome.
Thank you so much. A pleasure to be here. I love being here. I'm very present to be here, and I'm feeling like I got some fire, like a fire share coming my way for all of you, and really coming through me ever since we got to just really drop in before this session.
I need to hear it. I mean, bring the fire, man, fire.
All right, I'm ready. You ready?
Let's just take it away.
All right. So as Lee mentioned, I created a company called Coachable, and it's gone through all these different phases. It's gone from like little startup to 7-figure agency to school, and now I'm literally thinking of like, I think this is a university. So not just because of the amount of material I've created over the last decade, but because the way that I teach. I like to draw. I like to speak in front of classrooms. So for you guys, if you're watching, my invitation is that you get a piece of paper. It could be a napkin. It just needs something that you could write on. All you need to draw is a triangle at the center of that page or at the center of that napkin, all right? Or go to a whiteboard, right? And just follow along. It's going to be a really special experience for you to really just tap into what this is. So you can consider this to be a recipe, a formula, or a navigational guidance system for manifestation. I received instructions from source energy, okay? And I don't mean that like woo. I'm like, I was meditating, something came through, and I was like, I have to teach people how to create their own version of this compass so that they can use it to achieve things such as how to live with integrity for the purpose of prioritizing your well-being, how to create a clear channel of insight for the purpose of assisting in the process of generating pure, uninterrupted energy, how to access the power of flow state energy, how to improve your self-awareness, how to invent any possibility, and how to support that possibility with tangible steps that will help you transform that possibility into action steps that will help you ultimately achieve what I believe is embodiment. So embodiments by creating congruence, coherence, and alignment with whatever it is that serves your life purpose. When we think about the word manifestation, I think of the word manifestation is synonymous to the word creation. I think that the word manifestation is synonymous to the word outcome, to the word result. We are manifesting outcomes, creating results, right? So ultimately, what I want to introduce you to here in this drawing that I'm going to share with you is a correlation between how our brain, body, mind, soul, and heart have been actively co-creating to collectively work together to help us manifest the life that we have chosen. Not so much the life that we deserve, but rather the life that we are choosing. Every choice that you have ever had has been brought to the attention of all those 5 elements that are inside this compass. And every decision that you have ever made has been passed through these 5 elements, whether consciously or not. Okay, so I have a couple names for this compass. You can call it whatever you want. I've called it the heart's compass. I've called it the congruence compass. I've called it the coherence compass. I've called it many different things, but you can call it whatever you want to call it. All right, so let's jump in. We're going to drop in. I'm going to share my screen, and you're invited. If you haven't gotten a pen and paper just yet, go for it. Draw with me. Create your own version of this. It's time to rock and roll. Here we go. So I got my little sample up here that I'll be using, but we're going to create a brand new one together. So Lee, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. So we're going to start at the very bottom here, and we're going to write the word body equals vibrations. From there, we're also going to write soul on the right side here equals I before E except after C receives information. Okay. At the top, we're going to write mind equals infinite intelligence. Okay. And on the left of the triangle, we're going to write brain equals synapses, okay, which is ultimately electrical signals. Okay. So there's one ingredient missing to this. Okay, Lee, you're gonna play creation with me. What do you think is the one that's missing?
Emotion.
Emotion, close. The heart. So in the middle of your triangle, you're just gonna draw a heart. You can do better than that. Boom. All right, so the heart. The heart is a representation equals of love. Of God. God is love, love is God. Okay? So check this out. If I was to suggest that everything that you manifest is manifesting because of the relationship that your mind has to your soul, that your soul has to your body, that your body has to your brain, that your brain has to your heart, and all these things are constantly working simultaneously 24 hours a day. Now, I don't believe in time with regards to manifestation. I don't say like, I want to manifest this in 6 months. I collapse timelines and I say, I manifest that when I become a vibrational match to the energy of what I believe that thing is. So that's just my way of looking at manifestation. You may think timelines and that's totally okay. But with this compass, ultimately what I'm inviting you to consider is if you can use your mind, your body, your brain, your soul, and your heart congruently with one another for the purpose of creating a way of being that is congruently aligned with the integrity of your way of being in relation to who you choose to be in this world, do you believe, Lee, do you believe that if your mind, body, soul, brain, and heart were working congruently with one another, that your way of being would become so embodied that the creation of anything that you wanted to create in your life would be much more likely to occur for you?
Yes, and a much quicker time frame. Like you said, the
much
time
quicker time frame if we use time, right? That's if we use time. So my invitation for all of you is, do we want to use time frames and timelines? Because even as you're asleep, you could still be resonating at an energy of love, right? So just because you're asleep doesn't mean that your manifestation powers are turning off. We are literally all day, every day, inside of the experience of being operated by our brains, which are causing synapses, which are electrical signals that are creating every word that I'm saying, everything that you're seeing, everything that you're hearing is happening. And while you're asleep, it's also happening. So imagine you learned how to train your brain to believe, how to receive, how to create from a place of using those synapses, like Joe D says it the best. Like, I think he says like neural fucking, you say, whatever wires together, whatever wires together.
Neural pathways that wire together, fire together.
Exactly, yeah, right? Like he's talking about synapses, the electrical signals in the brain, right? Mm-hmm. So imagine you use your brain to cause and create a relationship where you're instilling, creating, and practicing the belief of these thoughts that are now becoming attracted to the outcomes that you're creating through your imagination, all right? So far I gave you guys the ingredients of this formula, this recipe, or this compass. I also suggested that you drop timelines. So what if you stop saying, oh, I want to manifest $1 million in 6 months, and you started to say, I am becoming the vibrational match of what it's like to be responsible enough to earn $1 million. There's no timeline. Just, it's who I'm becoming. It's who I am. It's the embodiment, right? That's the second thing, right? And then the third thing that, yep.
Would you say I am becoming, or I already am, like I am?
So that's what I actually corrected myself, and I said I am.
Okay.
So you can choose, and I want all of you to be honest with yourselves, because you can say I am, but if you don't believe it, then it has no power. So if you say I am the embodiment of $1 million in my business, but you actually have scarcity, then your body is your mind, soul, body, brain, and heart. If they're not all coherently agreeing to that belief of that I am statement, then one of them is going to be like, no, you're not. and something's going to throw you off. All right. So it's important for you guys to actually be honest with yourselves about your beliefs. You can say, I am. Trust me, I know. I wrote a speech called I Am. I've won 4 public speaking competitions. I have the words I am tattooed on me. Like I am the embodiment of the words I am. And over the last 10 years, I've had to learn how to say those words responsibly. Right. So that's how I answer that. So the third thing that's going to make this formula work is the thing that actually makes all of this come like to life. The thing that we are all being literally, we're living inside of a vacuum of energy collectively inside the universe as a speck, a blue dot amongst this 27.8 billion year old universe. And the thing that makes up the entire universe is the word ether. Ether. Inside of the ether, there is the energy that we are actually pulling from and using to have the collective consciousness, to have the brainwaves, to have manifestation powers. There's a power so much bigger than us, but we are extensions of that power. Mm-hmm. So what happens? What happens when you literally have reverence, trust, surrender, happiness, faith to all this power. And you realize, holy moly, my mind is not my brain. My mind is access to the ether, and it's literally pulling from infinite intelligence to create these words that I'm saying right now, these things that I'm seeing right now. I'm accessing at a rapid rate that I can't even track, which I haven't tracked, but I'm not going to get into that lesson today. But infinite intelligence is working right now in the way that you're receiving this message. Then you have your soul that is receiving information, right? It's receiving and transmitting information saying that, yes, you are congruent, you are aligned, you are in integrity, you are fulfilling your destiny. I don't know how deep you guys want to go, but whether it be soul contract or whether it be past life regressions or whether it be your child, whatever it is, your soul is actually what's running the show. Your body is just showing up, doing the work. It's the mechanics, but your soul is what's actually asking to be lit up. Right? Your brain is creating the synapses and the electrical signals that are causing all of our senses to work, right? And then your body is vibrating at a frequency based off of how you feed it, how you nurture it, how you move it, how you use it. And at the core of all that, there's this thing that never stops working for you. Never. And it is your heart. Your heart, which is love. The feeling, emotions. Esther and Jerry Hicks, first we think, then we say, then first we think, then we do, then we become what we are. Think and Grow Rich, like the principles that have been taught to us around manifestation are all the same. The emotional guidance scale is your invitation to access states. So my invitation for all of you to use this compass is to use it coherently, to achieve congruence, to live with the integrity of how you can practice getting your body in a state of congruence, your brain in a state of congruence, your mind in a state of congruence, your soul in a state of congruence, and your heart in a state of congruence with God, so that you can practice creating, this is my favorite part, so you can practice creating a cyclical experience of energy that uses this epic embodiment that is you to literally create, actually create, to manifest, to cause, to access all the laws. The rhymer in me is going to kick in. Just because, right? That's all energy, and it's happening right now as you're listening to this, because your brain, your mind, your soul, your body, and your heart are working congruently in this moment as you listen. And in what you're creating through that compass, while you access the energy from the ether and the collective consciousness of the unseen forces that have created you, because what, you think this is an accident? You think this is an accident? Come on, this ain't no accident. God is love. Love is God. Let's collapse timelines together. Let's collapse. Fuck this. A year from now, I'm going to be. No, you are. You are because you think you are. Now, how consistently can you think you are with an unwavering trust, confidence, and belief in this compass? How consistently can you practice the integrity of getting your body in high vibrational states, your heart to believe in the power of God, your brain to produce electrical impulses that are going against your doubts and are creating empowering beliefs, your mind that accesses infinite intelligence so that you can practice mind power, and your soul that you awaken in a way where you surrender to the belief that there are guides and there are higher powers and other souls around you that are working to support you in this life, and that you are not a victim of circumstances. What would it take for you to use this compass as a way of using it as a navigational tool to literally actually create anything congruently, to achieve coherence, to collapse timelines, and to access the imagination, so that in whatever the mind of man can believe in and lead itself to achieve, he or she can whatever the mind of man can conceive and lead himself to believe, he or she can achieve, right? Like, first we think, then we say, then we do. All these principles, they've been literally passed down over and over and over again, but the majority of us, we're not paying attention to the power of this compass. The mind is telling me to do this. The soul is telling me to do that. The heart is telling me this. The body's telling me this. And the brain is going nuts, right? It's like we're not paying attention because we're taking it for granted. We're taking it for granted. And then we use things like time to determine our worth. I'll be great someday rather than I am great right now. Right? So we can go a lot deeper into this, conscious and subconscious. There's a lot of different layers of programming that are going to have to now get unpacked, right? And at the core of it all, it's like, you want to know the secret to it all? If you could practice integrity in the way that you use your mind to create ideas, integrity in the way that you connect to the relationship with your higher self and your soul, integrity to the way that you treat your body in the healthiest states, integrity to the way you use your brain to create power, to create, literally, that power to create. The brain is creating all things right now, perception, senses, everything. And if you could use integrity to love from a place of pure love and light, I'm telling you, if you could practice integrity as a core fundamental to all of these elements, my goodness, whoo, brace yourself. And that is my time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
So beautiful, man. So beautiful. And I love this idea. And I've always looked at it, the mind, spirit, or the mental, emotional, spiritual, physical aspects of who we are like languages, right? But the spirit's up here speaking one language, and then the mental is speaking language, and it's jabbering on about all we got to do, and emotionally shut down, so it's not really speaking at all. And then the physical is usually producing disease, and so they're all speaking different languages. So if we can actually align them and speak the same language, then we're onto something. And I love your compass as a tool to get us, the aspects of the self speaking the same language. So beautiful.
You nailed it. Thank you. I feel so recreated. That's exactly what the whole purpose of that model is. And again, I didn't create it. God was like, oh, here you go. I have a manifestation mastermind, and I was preparing for it. And then I sat in meditation. I was coming up with the curriculum, and that idea came to me, and I saw it as like a triangle. And I was like, and I just saw like this like cycle of energy going through. It's like mind, body, brain, heart, soul. And it's like, what would happen if that cycle of energy became so congruent to one another that it started to work with each other? It was like this explosion of light. And it was like, oh my God, that is the achievement of coherence. And I was like, oh, I'm glad. That is the experience of coherence, right? So, woof, we got power. But again, like, that's why I specialize in integrity, because it's like, if I could get in the integrity, if I could focus integrity as like the thing that has to be restored in all of these elements, man, how much power, right? Like, so much power. And this comes down to like even me talking about this. I don't know how much time we got, but me talking about it and me teaching this is like, I am not the perfected symbol of this compass. I am a messenger of the model. Like, all these great teachers of our time, they were the messengers. They were the formulators, right? They communicated what came through, not they were the full embodiment of perfection to the message. So I just wanted to put that out there because I understand the responsibility that comes with talking about integrity.
Yeah, and like we're all work in progress. I don't think anybody that's here has made it yet. Like the journey's infinite, and so I love this as well. I'm definitely I took my notes, so I'm definitely gonna implement that. I have just one more question before our time is officially up. I would love you to speak to peak performance. What does peak performance mean to you?
I've said it. Integrity. Peak performance, like there is no such thing. Like there is a pandemic, I don't know if that's the right word, epidemic in the world with peak performance entrepreneurs and peak performance athletes. It's like if you look at the entrepreneur versus the athlete, the peak performing athlete is like disciplined, right? They may not like it, but they're mission driven, goal driven, and they have their coaches, they have their team, they have responsibilities. And then if you look at the entrepreneurs somehow correlated peak performance and these abilities to freedom, so that they fell into the trap of thinking freedom means lazy. Freedom means I can work whenever I want and travel all over the world, and I can do this, I could do that. And it's like, if entrepreneurs had the same discipline as athletes within the practice of peak performance, the integrity of the athleticism that comes with that performance ability, if entrepreneurs created that, wow, like our world would become a higher level of consciousness, because the entrepreneurs would be the embodiment of the integrity that athletes are. And then entrepreneurs would be celebrated as much as athletes are, right? Because the world witnessing the athletes train as much as they do become available, able to achieve the things that they've achieved. The entrepreneurial community is not getting that kind of praise as much. And it's very limited. Like, it's very limited. There's only a select few that are actually like being celebrated. But as one that is like constantly practicing these peak performance states, I would say, one, if you can look at your entrepreneurial journey related to peak performance and have an athlete that you study as the person that becomes the symbol of what it's like to live in integrity, discipline, and commitment, I believe that your peak performance abilities are going to skyrocket under the influence of what's possible within what they cause, right? Because their compass is flowing. Mind, body, soul, heart, brain, accessing the ether, and then winning gold medals, right? Like ridiculous amounts of integrity. So I think that that's what I would relate peak performance to. Is for anyone watching this, I'm assuming you're an entrepreneur. If you're not an entrepreneur, you're a creator. And if you're not a creator, you're a human doing. And if you're not a human doing, you're a passive human being. For whatever it is that you are, I'm going to suggest that you relate integrity to peak performance, and then find an athlete that you can use as a symbol of possibility.
So good, Marco. So good. So, my brother, I would love to talk to you all day, and I'm sure we could, but I don't have that luxury. How can people find you? What are you up to in the world? What are you creating? What are you offering? Just let us know how we can get in touch.
You can get in touch. If you want to help me get my Instagram up to 10,000 followers, that'd be pretty cool. I don't like the word followers, but let's just say 10,000 community members. That'd be pretty cool. I feel like I have a very, very powerful message, but I feel like I'm fighting these machines to make it happen. And it's frustrating, because you know that you can help more people, but you feel like you're confined within the 10% of people that they give you as an audience. So if you want to follow me on IG, it's at Marcos Mendoza with an S _ That would be really cool. You can email me at gratitude@profitandworth.com if you have anything you want to talk about. And what I'm up to in the world right now is, like I said, I'm helping entrepreneurs restore the missing integrity in their lives. And those are my coaching programs, 3, 6, 9 months, right? Like, these containers are really powerful for causing shifts, man, inventing possibilities that people are either afraid or having their blind spots. And I find that all these clients, all these people enrolled, they're just like, right, especially because they're speaking to someone that is a stand for any and all possibilities, right? So when you meet someone that's like, oh, that's what you want? Okay, cool. Here's the game plan. Oh, how did you come up with that so fast? Oh, I've done it a million times, right? Here you go. It's like, okay, well, here's the steps. And it's like, okay, now we're going to create these containers for us to become the embodiment of the value of what you asked for, because we can't become that until your heart compass is literally congruent, right? We have to achieve coherence. So that's what I'm up to right now. Is I'm specializing in helping entrepreneurs restore integrity in their personal lives and their business. So if that's something that sounds sexy, you want to play a big game, we can play that game together.
That's beautiful, Marcos. Thank you so much for everything you're doing in the world to support others and in their journey of really stepping into their highest selves. You know, the embodiment of what I like to call the true self. And thank you so much for just being here and share your brilliance and this soul compass with us today. I think it's going to be an invaluable tool. I know for me, and I'm sure many others. So super grateful and honored as well to be connected.
Whew. Wow, some power bombs dropped there. What's coming alive for everyone? There's so much there. I'm just gonna go to the comments first, but if anyone wants to make a comment, share your voice, please please raise your hand and we'll take some comments on that. So Marcos, actually, Eric wrote, as Satya said, presence, love. Love hearing this in so many different maps of the world. Yeah, and it's it's incredible how even leading into this, like I haven't watched this since Marcos and I shot it, recorded it a few weeks ago, and but even just like tuning into the energy, and I know we mentioned on day one that energy precedes matter, right? And I started talking about the mind body spirit aligning, and this was the topic that Marcos went into. So it's just so beautiful how it shows up, and just another way. I imagine that the oneness, the connection, this ether that he was discussing really manifests.
At a basic level, like for me, what's coming up as I watch it back. This is Marcos, by the way.
Yeah, it's neat.
I just, what's that?
Said go, dude, go.
Yeah, I wanted to watch my talk back because there's I remember this is something that I practice, and I find myself when I'm integrity with my disciplines and my commitments. For example, like this morning, I didn't go to the gym, I didn't meditate, I didn't breathe, I didn't pray, right? I went straight for the coffee. That can be okay to someone, but for me personally, I know that I'm already starting out of alignment. I'm starting from urgency, right? And it's like, okay, what did I already do to my body to get my vibration up? I gave it an artificial vibration. I gave it an adrenaline from a substance rather than physical energy that actually generates pure love and consciousness in me by doing an amazing workout or meditation or breath work. It's like, if I'm not applying myself with these basic principles around how do I practice love in my body? How do I practice love in my soul? How do I practice love with my mind and my brain so I could achieve an intentional coherence? If I'm not practicing using this compass, which is like creating this literally, I keep saying the word congruence because that's the best word. It's like, to achieve coherence, there has to be integrity and congruence. And if I'm not practicing that, then I'm essentially like disconnecting myself from the power of God in a way where it's like I'm almost like victimizing myself because I'm disconnected. And that disconnection to me, I just feel like I in the practice of applying discipline to that compass, it can be so simple, but yet I complicate it so much because of things like vices and distractions, right? Anything that disconnects me from true, pure love, it just gets me to feel further away from the embodiment of what I want to feel, from what I think that I'm choosing. So, at a basic level, all I'm suggesting with the compass is practice integrity to all 5 of the elements. Practice integrity at the mind with your thoughts, practice integrity at the brain, practice integrity at the heart, practice integrity at the body, and practice integrity at the soul. And the consistency of that will help you become the embodiment of what your beliefs are.
Yeah, that really resonates, Marcos. And I'm imagining that the integrity combined with the discipline practice, and that's exactly what today is about. Is the discipline practice of the tools and the space that we've created for the sacred self, you know, and you mentioned a few of them: going to the gym, practicing breathwork, doing meditation, prayer, you know, eating the right foods. Like the combination of the integrity to your discipline practice is what's going to allow us to really bring that coherence, that congruency to all of the aspects that we talked about.
I think it also comes down to our core values. Like, what do we actually care about? Like, so many of us have desires and we make the desires bigger than ourselves, right? It's like we separate ourselves from the thing that we want, right? And then it's like, okay, the invitation is, can you become the embodied belief or feeling of that which you want, so that you practice embodiment as you bring that in? Because the more you become the embodiment of that energy, the more you make different choices and decisions in your life to become a match to the people, places, and things that are calling in the experience of experiencing that which you want to manifest. But as soon as we separate ourselves, as if, like I said, with the collapsing timelines, I stand by that. Like, I don't like the idea of like, I want to manifest this in this timeline. I'm like, yo, like, time is a construct created by humans. Did God say, I'm going to create time? Maybe God created the concept of time and human beings created a measurement system. But at a universal and collective level, it's like, to manifest is to become embodied. So I don't think it's like, oh, in this much time, I'm going to. I practice as I am practicing the embodiment of being. And in being, I am a match. And in being a match, I am whole. And if I am whole and there's integrity to that belief, then there's no timeline to that. I've chosen to become the embodied version. So now I already am. I am that I am, which was also stated in the Bible. So I just don't think that I don't like the whole linear timeline of things. That I feel like time separates us and also like boxes us in. I believe in divine timing. I think that divine time is something that we don't have control of, right? Divine time is essentially time manifesting as it's intended to without your control, right? It's almost like faith. Divine time is faith, right? So there's all these different constructs to it, which is why I'm using the concept of basic principles. Practice integrity with the 5 elements and witness how your life becomes the embodiment of that which you are, rather than the embodiment of that which you aim to be, right? Because you know it, and I know it, we all know it. When we are congruent with physical exercise and nutrition, we feel better. Feeling better helps you think better, right? Our soul level, when we meditate, pray, connect to God, we feel gratitude. We weep tears of gratitude, right? Because we are so thankful. We open ourselves up to the loving energy of belief, trust, faith, surrender, right? All of these practices are us connecting to divine intelligence. So if at a basic level, we make the practice of those elements, the practice of generating the energy that has us truly believe, it's not just a mental thought anymore. We're not just trying to make believe. We are the belief, right? We become the embodiment of that belief. And that's how I've come to understand it.
Yeah, man, I love this. I love this conversation, and you know, this is what I've been sharing over the last couple of days as well. Is you know, these practices that we're implementing for the sacred self. It's like when you show up for yourself day in and day out with these practices, then it becomes less about the practice and something that you're going to do outside of yourself, and more about you just becoming the embodiment of that practice. That's how you show up in your life. You show up as the, you know, like the disciplined version of the calmness from the breath, and of the peace of mind and the connection to God from meditation and prayer, and as the strong physical vessel that, you know, you're honing from the gym and yoga and eating the right foods and drinking structured water. You know, you just become that which you practice. You know, you become what you think of it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Anybody else want to chime in? I think we can spend just a couple more minutes on this conversation. It's such a beautiful one, and you know, such a flowing, so, yeah, just like such a flowing direction from where we started with Satya.
I can chime in on the peak performance thing. You know, I went yesterday to get a new tattoo, and it's a tattoo of Messi, the soccer player. And there's a lot of reasons why I created this like collage of Messi. Messi for me over the last 20 years has been a symbol of integrity. family values, self-respect, practice, like he's won more championships than any soccer player on the planet. I think more than any athlete on the planet. I've witnessed him practice self-discipline, commitment, integrity, self-sacrifice. Like he's done everything in such a way where I relate his peak performance ability to integrity. And he's, in a way, he's a family friend because we have these mutual connections. And I have this like idea that peak performance is related to the practice of how you apply integrity to the thing that you commit to, right? So if you have a goal, how much integrity can you practice to that goal, right? So when you asked me that question, it was like, well, peak performance hustling hard? Is peak performance, exceptional discipline? Is peak performance, a dedicated commitment? Like ultimately, because integrity is the core value that I practice, it's like, to me, becoming a peak performer is becoming a person of integrity. And inside of that integrity, the result that you manifest is the result that you manifest. So I just feel like, I don't know, it really got me when I heard it back, where I was like, I don't see it any other way other than integrity being almost like the catalyst to what peak performance means for me. And I use athleticism as the example or metaphor for that.
Yeah, and what's coming to me is that integrity is the core, and then from the core, it emanates into everything that you do and everything that you are.
I see that too. I see it as discipline. I see it as commitment. I see it as concentration. I see it as surrender. I think from the integrity of making a conscious choice to be, do, or have something, everything else starts to manifest. And that's where like the real work starts, is can you remain consistent in your commitment? You have the integrity to start, but it's like, okay, now do I have the consistency to apply myself to what's getting in the way, or what's presenting itself as a possible challenge for what I'm committing to? And this is my issue. My biggest issue is consistency, concentration. I'm trying my very hardest to not label myself as ADHD and this and that. Blah, blah. There's something happening in my brain that is creating so fast that it's very challenging to just stay. Sit still. I was that kid. My mother, sit still. It's like, I can't. I got to go do something. Right. So I think it's like that in business as well, which is why when I apply myself to the compass, it's like, okay, well, what's my morning ritual? I asked Lee the other day, he said, well, I don't take any calls until I get my meditation, my breath work, my physical exercise, my nutrition in my body, in my way of being first, and then I can be in my prime state to serve the world. In that first half of the day, I have it that Lee has already become the embodied manifestation of what he's calling in through his compass on that day, right? And because this compass doesn't sleep, guys, like it doesn't turn off until you pass. And even when you pass, your soul becomes the primary element of your compass after that. So this is universal. It's just so mind-boggling. So it's like, how can we use this, like, how can we access 5D to 8D states of consciousness using this 3D model of our bodies so that we can connect to things that are already within us and truly just make it basic? How can we just practice self-discipline and integrity for the purpose of causing an effect in our lives, right? Because that is when you manifest, when you become the embodied of what you manifest. I want to manifest wearing my hat. Okay, here we go. Boom, I did it, right? Like at the most basic level, these are the principles, cause and effect. You guys know the laws, they're all out there. It's like, how can you apply a basic way of doing something consistently so that you find a formula that works for you, that helps you remain embodied, achieve congruence, become coherent, and ultimately have, be, do, go, and experience anything that you want out of this life that is not promised, right? This day-to-day experience that is so finite and infinite at the same time. Like, it's just, life is such a paradox.
It really is. It really is. And what was coming through as you were speaking was your why. And talked about this quite a bit recently in the men's group is, what is your why? Like, what is your why for showing up day in and day out? What is your why for having that discipline practice for yourself? What is your why to having integrity at your core of peak performance? And I think if we can really tune into that why, and we've all got the why, and we've all got these things in our hearts that we want to make manifest. Sometimes fear and the outside world and the what ifs and all these questions get in the way of that. But if we can really block all of that stuff out and tune in to the why, then I imagine that we can show up for ourselves more fully, that we can really use that integrity as the springboard into our self-discipline practice to really continue to cultivate that deeper embodiment of who we truly are, right? So that we can not only continue to show up for ourselves, but we can show up more fully for each other. Okay, with that, I'm just going to go to the chat here. Did you feel complete, Marcos? Did you want to share anything else?
I have it that I'm taking up too much space, so I'm already withdrawing. I was like, no, let somebody else speak.
Okay, does anybody else want to come in? Thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
We definitely had the time. We were a little bit early actually, so definitely wanted to give you some space, because again, I call Marcos the word wizard. This is just linguistic abilities are so inspiring to me. So I love hearing you talk about it.
I think for me, like the most inspiring thing about this topic is number one, like if you've studied any type of spiritual practice or metaphysics, like let's use a commercial example, like Joe Dispenza. Joe Dispenza is always talking about this, right? But it's like we find it so exactly like Denise just said, like habits. I mean, repetitive actions as a must. Like it's the simplicity of the theory behind it is there. It's the integration of it where we get in our own way. This is where I think that like we make ourselves too human when we could be more God, right? Mm-hmm. So, you know what I mean? Like we make ourselves so human and small and confined and conflicted, and we create the result. We create the way of being, and ultimately, look, it's not linear. Like the process of becoming embodied is not linear, right? It's not just like it's not I have to work on my brain, then my heart, then my soul, then my body. Like it's not like that. I drew it like that as just an example, but it's whatever you want it to be, right? It's like it's not linear. It's something that you practice based off of the beliefs and knowledge and wisdom and insight that you've generated to help you become essentially so influenced that whatever you're being influenced by is whatever you then become, right? So my thing is just like the basics, right? Can you commit to the basics? Make the process becoming embodied just like, what is your recipe for embodiment? What is your formula? What is your way of being? What does your integrity look like? And because integrity is such a powerful core value, it's like it comes with responsibility, right? Like it comes with a responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the simplicity of that, because again, in our humanness, our minds, as we both mentioned, the chatter that goes on in the mental body, it's like we've overcomplicated so much of this existence, and it's the simplest things, the easiest things are usually the things that work the best. So going back to that simplicity and creating that level of coherence, so that we can just remember and really walk around as that embodied highest version of us. Okay, let's go to the chat a little bit. So I'm just gonna read some of these off. So Marco said, as a basic understanding of the compass, simply commit to the practice of creating coherence between the elements. Use integrity as a core value to help you apply love to each of the practices. The more integrity and the more love that you apply to the energy you generate, the more likely you will become the embodiment of the beliefs that excite your purpose. Yeah. Practice integrity at the soul, heart, mind, body, and soul level, and experience the magic of becoming personally embodied and cosmically congruent. Denise, I failed to relate to his view of peak performance, since one can reach its own in simple paths. Peak, as athletes for me, is not normal, but a goal given to just a few. Can you, do you wanna chime in on Denise? Just curious to open that up just a little bit. You willing to? Oh, your mic doesn't work. Shoot. Aw. Eric, it looked like you want to jump in.
No, I just wanted to hear from Denise's perspective because I think there's a lot of wisdom that she's sharing, and it's beautiful to just pay attention to what her perspective and map of the world is. It's always nice to listen, especially with the grace of time, you know. So I think how can we help you, Denise, figuring out your microphone? It would be amazing to hear. Is there anything that we can do to support you? If you do at the bottom and the left with the microphone, or if the sound on the computer, is there anything? Can you try to speak? I just tried to unmute you. Yeah, so I think it would be amazing if we looked at that in the future, or if you took some time, it's okay. But yeah, maybe there's a way, or anything that you can share even more would be amazing. But in the meantime, is there anyone else that maybe wants to have a perspective?
Darla shared in the chat, we have imagination, so we can go to any time within the mind. So we can connect to any space and place through what we think about, we bring about. Yeah, absolutely. And that's, again, that's that idea of moving from the Newtonian model of reality of cause and effect to the quantum, where we shut all of that off and from within, from the inside out, we cause and effect by what we're thinking about, by what we're tuning into, by what we're focusing on. Holy Darla, what a gift it is to create from our imagination. Absolutely. And it's interesting that, and this actually from one of my mentors, the late Bob Proctor. He used to always say that our imagination is something that's shut off. If we think about it in school, we're like daydreaming or looking at the window or whatever, and then the teacher comes by and slams the desk, and you're startled and pay attention, and it's like, and then so we're kind of scared into shutting that part of ourselves off. But it's really one of the most beautiful tools that we actually have available to us. Life is such. So this is Denise again, as in having to adjust to what comes at any given moment. Peak performance has many vibrations and paths, none of which have to be habits. Habits, I mean respective actions as a must. Basics are mutables according to how one evolved, according to many facets. Yeah, so I wish we could hear from you. I wish we could unpack that.
So what I'm hearing is like, and what I'm hearing, again, this might be incorrect, but I'm hearing, like there's so much different perspectives as we go up the paradigms of awareness. And I think, yeah, so there's a curiosity of making sure that, athleticism is one perspective, and then there's the different peak existence, and I think that's cultivated in that eternal aura, right, of what we're ultimately showing up in from different lifetimes or different perspectives. And I think as we continue to come in from different past or future versions in the present moment, we start to then ultimately activate a new reality around us. And so it gives us amazing. So I'm hearing you correctly. Amazing. So it gives us the capacity to then really integrate different timelines.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's fascinating because then you know, the greatest, or at least, again, this is something that's coming from me, from what I've heard, uh, is, you know, the most ancient story is identifying that we're actually here alone. And when we understand this and we start to learn from each other, from all these different timelines and these parallel kind of experiences, we can learn to not just adapt, but also influence. And so it changes the environment as a result of us, or of our uh, ability to learn from each other. At least, again, Denise, correct me if I'm wrong. So this is what I'm hearing from you. And also a little bit of my own perspective mixed in there. So
Yeah, and that's, I actually made a note here, because that one question about peak performance is what I asked all the speakers. So I'm going to, after the conference, I'm going to compile all of those different answers, and I think anybody who's registered, I want to send those out, because it's 30, 31, 32 different perspectives on peak performance, and it's as you share, Eric, it's 32 different vantage points of the world, for 32 different perspectives. So it's not just one way. I think it's all of it combined, and we put them all together, and all of a sudden we get a much clearer picture, of what it looks like. So
Last thing I'll say is like what's coming up is like I think the Hearts Compass is really just about creating your own ritual, right? Like I said, a recipe or formula, and it's like if you could have all of these elements become almost like ritualistic for you with the heart, which is just God. It's like I'm become like think about it as like what I said earlier, like what if we became more God and less man, right? It's like what would happen with that? Who would you become? How would you become? Why would you become? Where would you become? Like the questions of the universe would become the embodiment of all that you express. So in creating a ritual, it's like how do you nurture your brain? How do you nurture your soul? How do you nurture your body? What do you do to nurture, your mind? What do you do to nurture your heart? It's like, and where does this all come from? Well, it comes from the ether, right? So there's a collective energy, a mass energy that is so beyond anything, right, that we can even comprehend. And yet all these thoughts you're hearing me say, like, where is this coming from? Right? It's like all I'm saying is just like words, but your brain has been trained to interpret my verbiage because of what you were taught at a brain level. So you were taught to listen, to smell, to taste, to hear, to feel, right? And then we have our intuitive senses that we're taught to perceive. So there's just such a depth of intelligence to our power that I think that if we can simplify our process of embodiment, make it our own, apply integrity as a core value to it, then we can essentially become the manifested embodiment of our truth. And then in us being true to ourselves, then maybe our lives will start to look the way that we imagine it to look. And I just think that there's such power in the ideology of that simplicity, but it's so challenging when we cause it to be challenging because of how much responsibility comes with that power. Yeah, thanks for having me, brother. This is really great.
Thank you for your share, for your talk, for your wisdom. Yeah, it's beautiful.
nice meeting you, Marcus.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Thank you.
You still need to connect.
Yes, we've yet to connect. I've been kind of going through my own things lately, so I apologize if there's been an absence of that. But I have the intention to.
All in divine timing, as you shared, right?
Yeah.
That's the one timing that exists, the divine. Okay, so I just want to share another image with everyone. And this is, again, more about the journey, and what, at least again, from my perspective of this journey, and our walking the path from kind of the Newtonian model of reality to the quantum model of reality. Um, and this is more akin to brainwave patterns. So if you look at the top here, we're more in a like a beta brainwave state. So it's more separate, compartmentalized. There's more separation, more really perceiving through the senses. And after the age of 17, 18 years old, most people enter the beta brainwave state, and then there are levels of that. So if you're always on a little bit of stress and high alert, then you're going to go into high beta, right? And then that's again when disease can happen, and these sorts of things. But as we go down, we go into the alpha brainwave state, which is more of a focused state of mind. We've been talking about athletes or artists, that get into that flow state. So there's not a lot of activity, but you're super clear. As you close your eyes, as you begin to drift off to sleep, and just before waking in the morning, you're typically in an alpha brainwave state. Then we go deeper into theta, right? So theta is more of a healing state. Up until 6, 7 years old, we're typically in theta brainwave state. So there's no activity, there's no real conscious mind, there's no intellect, which again is up here with beta. And so theta is literally like a recording device. So we're, at that age, we're recording everything that's going on around us. Things other people do, things we hear, things we see, and that begins the development of our conscious mind, of our intellect. But it's before we have the ability to say, I don't agree. I don't agree with, the statement that all red-headed people have tempers, or that money is the root of all evil. And that begins to formulate our operating system, what is known as the subconscious mind, right? And then down here, we've got delta. And delta is from 0 to 2. It's typically associated with deep dreamless sleep. The body is resetting, repairing, rejuvenating. But then delta, the lower brainwave states, you can think of it as more expansion. And we're out of the thinking mind, we're into the subconscious, we're into a more connected ability to be able to perceive the subtle energies that are all around us. Right? And so as we go down into delta, that connects us more fully to the quantum model of reality. And the difference between the two, the quantum and the Newtonian, as we've discussed in various ways throughout the last 2 days, is we're really looking at the material world. We're perceiving through the senses. It's more of a yang state of mind. Maybe we're in victim consciousness. Again, we've given our power away to the external person, thing, or circumstance, the police, the government, the doctors, the lawyers, and we're in the intellect, we're in the head. It's typically from and we mentioned a couple times today, the energy precedes matter. When I'm going into a big event, or even leading up to this, I was pretty tired last week, so I was like preparing to be able to create and hold this space, right? And now I'm like full of energy. So I was sleeping a little bit more last week leading up to it. If I'm going to a retreat or something like that, I'll typically feel the energy of the retreat, a week, even 2 weeks before the actual physical retreat shows up. Typically, we're, in terms of mindset, things are the way they are. There's not really anything I can do about it. Fuck this doesn't work. Frustration, stagnation. We're giving up. There's more kind of chaos in our realities. From a cellular level, there's, as we talked about the mitochondria earlier, those little hair-like fibers within the cells, right? There's this substance and the density that we hold on to, that things like the breath and movement and medicine work and stuff like that can begin to liberate that energy, right? So that those cells are able to vibrate so much faster, and then our cell communication picks up. Where there's an entropy that happens when we're in this state, and our the path to being able to let go is, we're at the very start of that. that journey. Whereas when we're in the quantum, it's like we're shutting off the senses. We're honoring the spirit first, you know, and as Marcos said, and you know, as we've reiterated, it's like those aspects of the self come into alignment, so that you're able to hear the spirit again, you know, and the mental chatter begins to quiet, and then the emotional body comes back online, and you're able to feel, right, and then that creates energy and health within the physicality. And that's more the yin perspective. We become the creator. There's more flow. We're the victor instead of the victim. Right? We're moving into the subconscious mind, the universal heart, the all one mind, the heart mind, depending on how you want to look at it. You know? And again, it shows up first. We're more in the feeling space. It precedes matter. It's more subtle energy. You know, who's gone into a room with a lot of people and immediately felt uncomfortable, or like, you know, anxiety or anxiousness or any of this sort of thing? I still feel it all the time, you know. And is that the way that I'm feeling, or am I perceiving the chaotic energy? Because everybody, you know, all of those people, and we talked again about it in day one, it's like when you come into this, everybody's on a different radio station, everybody's on a different frequency. But as we sit in this container together, we start to come into the same frequency. We start to come onto the same station, and then we can, you know, as we're going through the days, we can turn the sound of those stations up. Right? But you walk into a room, and chances are everybody's on kind of a different station. Some people are drinking, maybe some people are doing drugs, some people are nervous because they're in, you know, these social situations with a ton of people. So you walk in, and like being an empath, or you know, intuitive like that, it's like I automatically pick up on all of that energy, and all of a sudden I'm like, holy shit, like I wasn't nervous coming, like why am I nervous all of a sudden? Why am I feeling anxiety? So is that mine, or am I perceiving those energies from all the other people? Right? So our ability to tune into that and perceive those subtle energies, those subtle frequencies, continues to increase, right? And then I'm also able to tune into, well, is this my stuff, or is this somebody else's stuff? Right? So then we can start to own our own feelings, our own thoughts, our own emotions, right? And almost like put up a protective mechanism, a protective barrier, so that we're not taking on other people's stuff. Everything becomes a lesson, you know, and I love the saying, there are no obstacles, there are only opportunities. You know, and if I'm perceiving life as everything is happening for me, then it's always an opportunity to learn, to heal, to expand. I get the lesson, I get the healing, and I'm able to move more into that embodiment of the highest version of me, you know, and the version that we're talking about really moving into on this journey. There's more faith, there's more belief and trust, there's more flow, right? We're in this phase of shifting. We're crossing the bridge, you know, crossing over the river of change, to be able to be the embodiment of the higher self, right? And then from a cellular level, we've released that stuff from the microtubules, the disorderly energy that was within us and maybe around us begins to uncoil, so that it can recoil with more order, with more coherence, right? And that's syntropy, that's coherence, that's a biological upgrade that we can literally move through. So I just wanted to share that, and for anybody who's done the upgrades with regards to the conference, well, you'll get all these diagrams and you know, all that sort of thing. So I just want to mention that. And I think that would be perfect time to. We're gonna do one more talk, and then we'll get up and we'll move around a little bit. We'll do a little shake, just around 12 o'clock. So this one, we're going to go to sadhana, so that's daily practice, and what it can do for you. And this is with beautiful sister Angel. How's everybody feeling? How's
So
everybody
welcome back,
being?
everyone.
Well,
Super excited about.
man, technology. How we doing? Is everybody good? Still alive? Still kicking? Excited? Okay. Let's do this.
My next guest. Of course, today's day 2, so we're really going into the disciplines, the practices, the tools that we're using to really activate and optimize the mind, body, spirit aspects of the self. And so, Arezu Kewamfar, I don't know if I said that. I probably said that wrong. I'll let you correct me, but actually, I think that's the first time I said your last name out loud. So she's going to be talking about sadhana, and it's a daily practice. And so I'm super excited to have Arezu here. A dear sister, we met in Tulum, Mexico, and we've done a few events together and stuff like that. Just such a beautiful, talented genius is the way I would put that. So thank you so much. I'm super grateful to have you on, and I can't wait to hear about your daily practice and for you to share all of your genius with us.
Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you for having me part of this. Anything you do is a full resounding yes. I so support your vision, and I'm so grateful to be here. So today I want to talk about sadhana, which is the Sanskrit word for, like Lee said, is spiritual daily practice. Just a little bit about me is that I really grew up in this spiritual community. When I was 5 years old, I was blessed to meet a guru. When I was 7, I began Kundalini yoga. And every summer I would go to yoga camps. And so sadhana was a daily requirement. You would wake up at 5 a.m. and you would do about 2 hours of a sadhana practice. And so it really, I'm so blessed and fortunate to have had that ingrained at a young age. And when I went, I loved Kundalini yoga so much. For those of you that are not familiar with it, it's really a scientific technology type of yoga, and it uses mantras, sounds, mudras, movements of the fingers with pranayama, breath work, angles of the body, and visualization. And with these 5 aspects, you're creating a kriya, a specific result. And I ended up doing the Kundalini teacher training when I was 14 years old. And after those 9 months of studying it, sadhana was such a deeply ingrained part of my lifestyle. And to be a teacher, you're always a student. So how can we understand the role of continual learning, continual self-acceptance, self-love, self-care, is by creating that time, that window of space for ourselves. And so my journey kind of took me actually to a boarding school in India, where I attended a Kundalini yoga school, where we again had the sadhana. It was a disciplinary military school, and so they would wake us up even earlier. We'd do 2:30 a.m. We'd go do sadhana at a temple, and I would meditate, and then I would go back to bed for about an hour sometimes, and then start my day around 7, 8. And it was just like this window of time that was just for yourself. There's no one I need to talk to. There's nothing I need to take care of. It's just for me. And it felt like a dream. It was so special. And so now what I love to do is to share that with the world. And especially during the pandemic, I started doing these online programs. And one of the things about Kundalini yoga is they highly recommend practicing a singular meditation. You can pick from thousands of meditations, and doing it consecutively for 40 days. So the number's always changing, and different people say different numbers, but in Kundalini yoga, we say that it takes 40 days to change the habitual patterning within your brain. And so if you do something consecutively and consistently for 40 days, you start to see the results. And so during the pandemic, people finally had time to take care of themselves, to slow down, to pause, to do the meditations I've always been asking people to try. And that was such a gift, to see hundreds of people from all over the world doing these 40-day programs. So I did about 5 or 6. I actually have a program right now running that is focused on love. So we're doing the mantra of miracles, and every day we're guiding people into the importance of self-care sadhana practices. And so sadhana could literally mean that you just spend 3 minutes breathing. Like one of my intentions as a yogi, as a healer, as a coach, and all of these titles is to really simplify things into a tangible way, because we live in a world that is full of distractions, and sometimes we bite off more than we can chew. And clients will tell me like, yes, I'm going to do this 2-hour sadhana practice from exactly at 4:30 a.m., which is the ideal 4:35 when it's called Amrit Vela, the ambrosial hours. I'm going to do it from 5 to 7 a.m. and yes. And then they obviously have a hard time with that, and then they just don't do anything. So what I really recommend is start small. Like start with something that you can absolutely do. Like we could all take 10 minutes out of our day. And I was recently in one of Tony Robbins' courses actually, and he doesn't call it sadhana, he calls it priming. And I wanted to share that because it was a beautiful practice that is very similar to this intention of sadhana, which is to first take care of yourself, to first fill up your cup before you can give to others. And so his version of sadhana is called priming, and it's about 5 different things that you do. And the first 3 minutes, you move your body. You're going to jump around, maybe play your favorite song, get your body in a frequency of joy, of love, and your state of your life is affected by the state of your physical body. So finding that correlation with our body. And then the second 3 minutes is breath work, and you're like the king of breath work, so you know how powerful that is. And he really talks about using the breath, activating your prana, your life force. And then the next 3 minutes is gratitude, so cultivating the energy of gratitude. My teacher, Yogi Bhajan, would say that an attitude of gratitude is what we all need, and that's what magnifies our life. And so he says that in those 3 minutes, you focus on one person, one event for each minute. So you have three people. And so every morning you think of one moment that you're just so grateful for, and you keep feeling it, feel the emotions, feel the experience, and then the next minute think of someone else, something else. And so really allowing that energy of gratitude to rise up within you. And then the next 3 minutes is all about healing. So, even if you don't call yourself a healer, we all have the ability to heal. We are all healers. And so taking the first 2 minutes out of the 3 minutes, so like I just do like body scans, I put my hand wherever I'm feeling, I just start healing myself, I'm sending love, good frequency to my own vessel. And then he says for the last minute, we're going to send that healing positive vibration, maybe to a friend, someone that's sick, to a community that maybe just had an earthquake, to the whole world. Visualize this color green, the color of the heart chakra of health, whatever you feel, spend that 1 minute of healing. And then the last 3 minutes is about your achievements. So spend 1 minute for each achievement. So pick 3 things that you want to achieve in that day, in that week, in that month, whatever it is, and really focus on it for 1 minute, and then for another minute, and for another minute, and then that's it. So that's less than 15 minutes of your time, and you're encapsulating, I think, everything that's really needed, right? You're getting your movement in, you're getting your breath in, you're getting your gratitude, you're healing, you're raising your frequency, and that achievement of manifestation. What am I going to achieve today? Because I know, I believe, and I know that it is possible. It is within reach. I already saw it, I see it, and now I'm ready to experience it. And so that's one version of sadhana. I think I'm going to share also a little bit of more of the Kundalini yoga version of it, but I'm here to just remind you that there's so many versions and there's so many ways to incorporate sadhana. And I think that there's about like 10 things that I could suggest. Number one are alarm clocks. Like it's really about how do you start your day, right? They say the first 10 minutes or the first 20 minutes of your day is setting the step out of bed because their alarm clock goes off on their phone, and then they grab their phone and they just start like immediately seeing endless notifications, the news, whatever is happening. Yeah.
Can you just go back? You cut out just for 2 seconds when you said setting the. I imagine you were going to say setting the tone for your day, but that little piece just cut out.
Yes, absolutely. So what I was saying is that we set the tone of our day in those first 5 to 20 minutes that we wake up. And so if we're going to wake up, check our phone, and immediately our heart's racing, we're stressed, we're anxious, we read something that someone was just projecting their own stuff on us, that's going to be the tone of your whole day. And that's your choosing. The world can wait another 5 minutes. The world can wait for another 20 minutes. You get to put yourself first, and then you get to respond rather than react. So one of the things I teach when I do yoga and meditation is the gift of meditation is to give us the opportunity to respond to life rather than come from a reactive place. And so what I find that sadhana has really given me a gift, an opportunity, is to come back into the present moment, to be aware, to be in the now, and to respond from a place of awareness rather than being in that reactive part of the day. So if I'm starting the day checking my phone, anxious, stressed, overwhelmed, I might most likely respond to someone else that has been having a very beautiful day and has been very kind, just bottling it out at them and being that reactive self, because that's how I started my day. So they don't deserve that, and I'm not just putting my best self forward. And so doing sadhana is such a gift that we can give ourselves. And I was talking about the alarm clock as like really the first step of a sadhana practice. It's such a basic thing, but so many of us, whether we have an iPhone or whatever, it's like this really harsh sound that our phone automatically plays. And so one of the first things I tell my clients is like, you can change that. Like you can go into the settings and put like a beautiful uplifting song. You can do something like ideally not even using your phone as an alarm, like having another old-fashioned alarm clock, because if your phone can be in another room completely, we don't even get me started on like the EMFs and like how healing that is to your body to not have it right next to your bedside. And so that's like step number one, right? Like, okay, I am going to have to use my phone as a clock, so I'm going to change the tune so it's not startling to wake up to, and I'm going to make sure that my phone is either on airplane mode so I don't get any notifications, or it's on the do not disturb or whatever settings, so that I'm not tempted to look at the notifications. So that's step one. Then we go into step two, which is really just sitting. Like there's so many activities we can do. I talked about the movement and everything else, but how can we just allow ourselves to just sit with ourselves? So maybe, we're going to start with some conscious breaths of gratitude. If you're feeling really groggy and lazy, like laying in bed and being like, what are 3 things that I'm really grateful for? Or using your breath, the breath of fire. In Kundalini yoga, we use it's like bringing that fire up. And it really helps reset your glandular system, your hormones, and so many benefits. And starting to activate that chi, that energy within you. And so one of the Kundalini Kriyas that we have is called waking up the brain. And I won't go into explaining too much of it, but basically it's like one Kriya that you can do. It clears the EMFs, it activates the brain, works on your nervous system, tons of benefits. And so that's one exercise. It's using breath work, it's using energy. And I usually tell clients to do that if they wake up really stagnant. Another really great exercise or something you could add into your sadhana practice is affirmations. Whether you write them down, you listen to them, you read them, affirmations are such a powerful way to affirm your reality. And there's an app I have called Think Up. I love it. And I record my affirmations and then it puts it into a song. And I wake up and while I'm brushing my teeth, I get to hear my voice in these affirmations. And so again, I'm trying to really simplify so that these are things that anyone can put into their daily practice. You know, going the extra mile would be like dry brushing, doing a cold shower. All of these things will only amplify and set you up for even more success. But it's just at what degree, how willing are you, and how much time do you have, and how can we be a little bit more reasonable with ourselves? And I guess another thing I would say, we talked about it briefly in a prior conversation, is mirror work. You know, maybe just sitting in front of the mirror, standing in front of the mirror, loving what you see, starting to create a dialogue, acknowledging every part of your body, accepting yourself. That if you start your day like that, imagine how much more love you have for yourself, and you're not going to be beating yourself up in this self-critical inner critic voice. And so I find that mirror work is a really beautiful daily practice that we can involve. And then, of course, any type of movement, whether yoga is your favorite type of movement, whether it's dancing, you know, just getting your body moving, and then going into meditation. Meditation has been such a gift for me, and there's so many versions of it, whether you sit in silence or use mantras and other or a guided meditation, allowing yourself to just take those moments of consciously breathing. My teacher says that so many of us walk through life without even taking 3 conscious a day. And so allowing yourself that opportunity, and if you have more time, and if your sadhana window is long, taking out a notebook and journaling and writing and just putting the pen to the paper and seeing what's flowing. Or there's so many prompts that you can inquire, and I'm happy to send people tons of prompts, but allowing yourself to journal is such a beautiful way as well to start your day. So yeah, sadhana is all about practicing what you preach. You know, if I'm going to go out into the world and try to be a positive person, how am I doing that first for myself? And really, yeah.
So many great tools. We have just a few minutes left, and I know you could continue to share, and but I think that's a really great start for people that are looking to cultivate their self practice. I wanted to ask just kind of two more questions. First one is, and I imagine that, like, it sounds like you never really knew life without a self-first practice. But for those that this is maybe new to, right, and they're used to, you know, waking up with the alarm and kind of going into chaos mode and scurrying to get ready, or taking care of the family, or, you know, whatever it is. How would you imagine it's going to change somebody's day, somebody's life, if they can actually start their days by tending to themselves, by filling their own cup up first? What could people expect by doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things I touched on earlier is that you're just more aware of your day, you're more aware of your energy, and therefore you're able to pause more often and make conscious decisions. You're able to really check in with yourself, you're more aligned, you're more connected. And so if we walk through life with a sense of alignment with our higher self, a sense of connection to source, everything just opens up. There's so many benefits to that, right? And one of the things I already mentioned is that you get to respond rather than react. You're not coming from a chaotic, reactive place. You're coming from a calm, collected, conscious place, which is more responsive. And then people want to be around that more. People want to feel that more. So you're actually bringing more wealth, more abundance, more opportunities your way by giving yourself that time. And yeah, maybe you're going to sacrifice a client or a class, but in return, you're going to get so many opportunities because your energy, your vibration is at such a higher frequency that the people can feel that and they want to be around that.
I love that. So beautiful. And so last question is, what does peak performance mean to you?
So the word peak is like being at my ultimate, at my best. So how can I really be at a peak performance means just performing at my best. And so what do I need to do to set myself up so that I can perform at my best, right? So if I'm committing to a 7 a.m. sadhana, then what time do I need to go to bed to make sure that I get my 8 hours, to make sure that how can I set myself up for success so that I can have that peak performance? Because, you know, I'm not, if I sleep 3 hours and then wake up at 7, yeah, it's important to do sadhana, but at that point, am I actually taking away my energy? So to also, and you mentioned that I probably never miss a day of sadhana. I do want to admit, like, I am human, and there are days and there are times that I have to actually say, you know what, which one is going to be more important, like honoring and getting a solid amount of sleep, or, you know, so making the sacrifices that are going to take care of our health, of our wellness, of our body. So when I think of peak performance, it's not necessarily about like being the best compared to everyone else. It's about what is the best within my range and how can I continue to make that better than it was yesterday.
Love that. Love that. And these are just some of the tools, folks, that you can check out to begin to really activate and optimize how you're performing, not in one or two areas of your life, but really every area of your life. And to me, that idea of peak performance in every area leads to what could be thought of as peak existence. And that's something that I'm leaning into and really searching for. And I know you are as well, Arezu, and everything that you are and do and bring to the world. And so I would love for you to share that, share, you know, what you're up to in the world, share how people can connect with you and get a hold of you, and anything else that feels relevant.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so as you mentioned, my name's Arzu. My brand is Inspire Zoo, and I love to share ways that I can inspire you and inspire others through my genuine practice of life. And so through the world of social media, you can find me on Instagram, inspire_ZU. And my website is the same, inspirezoo.com. Right now, I'm doing these online programs. People are really loving it again. So I'll be running another one this October. And it's all about sadhana. And I bring in coaches and different healers and guest teachers to talk about specific themes and teaching the meditation that we'll do every day. It's filled with so much knowledge, and having the support of community has been beautiful. And in Tulum, I host private one-on-one healing retreats, whether it's one-on-one or a couple or a group of friends, up to 4 people. And that's the time when I really get to be hands-on and you get to implement these practices and so much more. I get to create a customized itinerary and an experience. And that warms my heart so much. I absolutely love what I do. And I got a little bit into real estate. So if you're watching this and you do enjoy what we've mentioned about the beauty of Tulum, there's some really special projects that I'm loving to introduce people and just, yeah, getting yourself out of the matrix and into a place that's going to support you and feed you, and with Mother Earth's wisdom. And I'm also just doing a lot of one-on-ones online, in person. So if you reach out, I'm sure I can find or direct you in the right direction and share my resources. And I do a lot of retreats internationally as well. And I've been getting into motivational speaking, doing a lot of interviews on podcasts. So if you're listening to this and you have a podcast, happy to share and connect as well.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Arezu. Such an honor to have you here. So grateful for you and everything that you're doing in the world and how you're showing up and supporting others. So such an honor to have you here. And okay, so welcome back, everybody. We are on day 2. We're going deeper with every.
Oopsie. Okay, so some more powerful tools. What jumped out at anyone? I wrote down, I mean, she was talking about another, kind of a reiteration of gratitude and breath, and really bringing us back to presence again, more presence, and I actually wrote down as well, responding, not reacting. And this is one of my favorite concepts, because it really is the difference between, reacting is when the outside world is in control of us, and responding is when we remain in control. And so, just an example, like a reaction, somebody says something and it upsets you, and you like fly off the handle and you say something back, and then there's an escalation of, or a confrontation. Whereas if you're able to take that pause, to take that breath, say, okay, like, they said this, maybe they're going through a rough day, maybe, like almost even put yourself in their shoes, then it gives you an opportunity to respond in a way that maybe they wouldn't expect. Maybe you're used to having this type of confrontation and that sort of thing. So, and a response allows us to show up differently, and to show up, as kind of a surprise to people. So, Darla wrote the importance of self-mastery as well, and empowering self through affirmations. Yeah, I love this idea of, and again, this is the beauty of creating your own, what I call the sacred self practice. When you can cultivate it however you want. And Marcos mentioned earlier, as I shared a little bit of my routine. I my alarm goes off at 4 a.m. and I start some meditation, and then I go to the gym, and then I do some breath work. Actually, before I go to the gym, typically I'll do a 10 to 15 minutes prayer, and then I'll set some prayers throughout my day as well. Sometimes before bed, I'll be going into kind of a space of doing mantras, so that that repetitive self-talk, and oftentimes I'll fall asleep like that, and just silently repeating, I'm so happy and grateful that I am infinite energy, infinite wisdom. I have one about money, about my physical form, that I am the embodiment of my, the highest version of my 29-year-old, most optimized, highest vibration, highest energy self. So we really can cultivate this practice based on what most resonates with us, and what really energizes us. So, if you haven't already started to do that, I would invite you to just begin to think about, if you don't have a practice, what are the things that you would like to explore, that you would like to implement, into your sacred self practice, that can begin to align the mind, body, spirit aspects of who you really are, that can begin to optimize and increase your energy, your focus, your mindset, bring more coherence to you and your days. So really begin to think about that. And then think about when you want to implement it. As I said, I start my days like that before I do anything else. I tend to myself first. And it's this noble sense of self first, so that you can bring, more of you to the party when you're showing up for others in your life, rather than coming from a place of self-sacrifice or trying to pour from an empty cup. Is there anything anybody wants to share, wants to jump in a bit the last talk, or should we move right into the next component? Going once, going twice. Okay, I'm actually going to put, just going to do a quick little movement. So I'm going to get everybody up, and just move around for 4 or 5 minutes, just to get the energy flowing again. I'm going to put on a little bit of music here. I'm not sure what this music is, so Eric sent it to me, so we'll see. Great. Just can't stand up, you can't stand up, you just want to be in your chair, and just moving around, just getting it flowing. taking off in intensity. Tuning into your breath. Okay. Thanks for playing, everyone. Take your seats again, and we'll just go into the next talk. And we are moving right into how you can manage stress for success with Brother Brian Coons. This will be another powerful session.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to day 2. So today we're going into the tool, the mind body spirit as this new practice of these, and really optimizing the mind body spirit aspects of the self with these tools. And I'm super excited to have my next guest on, Brian Coons. Dear brother, we met, I guess it's been a couple of years now, Brian, and we did some breathwork journeying together, and Brian's a stress and mindfulness and meditation coach. And he's going to be talking about how we can actually manage our stress for success. So welcome, Brian. Thank you so much for doing this. Super grateful to have you here.
Yeah, it's great to be here, Lee. Thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah, and I'll just jump right in, share my screen. Sure. All right. Well, I seem to want to do the slideshow, so I'll just take it from there. Can you see that okay? Oh,
yeah, that works.
There we go. Got it. All right. Okay, so before we start, and whenever I do talks and to different people, I've always had people stop just to take a couple breaths. Whatever you were doing a minute ago, this is a great way just to bring yourself into the moment. So just take a deep breath into the nose. Let it go. Another full deep breath in, filling the belly. Let it go. And one more deep breath fully in. And let it go. Soften the shoulders on the out breath. And I usually always remind people as well that we take over 20,000 breaths a day. Most of those breaths for most people are completely unconscious. So stopping to take one conscious breath, if nothing else you take from this, is a very important thing to be aware of. So stress, as Lee alluded to, I help people with stress. Stress is something that everybody can relate to. So this is a great doorway into what I'm going to speak about. The World Health Organization has called stress the health epidemic of the 21st century. And they say something like 3/4 of people are overwhelmed by stress at least once a week. And if you're somebody who has suffered from the effects from stress, from chronic stress, you know how sick stress can make you, how quickly your mind can break down. When people think about stress, however, they usually think something out there. So I hear all the time, well, you know, my boss or my partner, the economy, you know, there's a number of stressors out there. There's a number of things, but stress is really our inability to accept the present moment as it is. Life is happening all the time. It's literally our stored experiences accumulated over our lifetime, right from childhood to this point, which literally create, and I like to use the analogy of a river that flows through us. Life is like a river. We put these rocks into the river over time with these experiences that create a strong feeling in the body. And really, the idea with stress is to accept that as an inside job. We can all do our own work to reduce our stress, give ourselves more space to be able to handle things on the outside. And there's practices and techniques around that. But really, the first thing is just owning the fact that stress is an inside job and it's your responsibility to do this work for yourself. All those other things on the outside are just lessons and not necessarily the issue. Now, the problem is for many of us is that we lack awareness of our state from moment to moment. Unlike driving your vehicle down the highway, the engine light comes on, you know very quickly you need to pull off and get service. For our bodies and minds, however, many of us are not aware of those signs. We're not aware that we're really at that limit of our window of tolerance to certain things. We're right on that line of potentially stepping over. I mean, it's not hard to see people, going back to the analogy of traffic, just driving down the street, you forget to signal or something. You see people going off instantly, just like that, they're triggered. That's somebody who is right on that line and may not be aware of it. So I'm going to be talking about awareness throughout this presentation because awareness is so important. Awareness literally is the greatest agent for change. And I love that quote from Eckhart Tolle, and it's one that resonates with me way back when I started this work until now. So I want to share a little bit about my story, why I'm doing what I'm doing now, why this is such a passion for me. And I hope that maybe this can be something that relates to you in your own story, in your own life. Okay. When I was younger, okay, let's say we're all younger, like let's say for Brian, I have a picture of myself at like 5 years old. there's that part of us that feels like we're connected to everything. We're in perfect flow and harmony with the world. We believe we can become anything. For myself, fast forwarding a couple of years, I grew up with a lot of physical abuse, a lot of emotional and mental abuse. I grew up not feeling seen and not feeling heard. I grew up not, let's say, I wasn't like a severely abused child where somebody who grows up in that situation may have done some therapy or done some work or been much more aware of that. I actually grew up to a point where I looked back at my childhood and thought everything was great. I looked at those pictures of myself in those younger years, but something happened to me throughout that part of my life, through those impressionable years. And we've all had certain things that happen to us, whether we're conscious or unconscious of those things as adults. And for myself, it wasn't until years later that I realized that little Brian was still there. And part of the way I was behaving as an adult was directly correlated to the fact that little guy was still there. And so for me, I took some of the anger that created, I took some of those suppressed feelings and emotions and that I was pushing down because I didn't have the ability to communicate those things at the time. And I thought, I'm going to channel this into showing everybody how great I am, and I want to be loved by everybody. I went through to become an engineer. I had a very successful career at a short period of time before becoming an entrepreneur, and so I seemed to be able to rack together some successes at that time. And everything for me was external. I needed to look a certain part. I needed to have the friends, to go to the right parties, to have the certain financial success. And then I thought I'd feel loved. I thought that character that I created for myself was going to put me in that place. And really, when I got there, I felt completely disconnected from myself, not even knowing what that meant. I was feeling depressed. I was feeling anxious. I was feeling angry. I was insecure as ever. I needed that external validation to feel complete and to feel whole. And for me, I began to abuse substances to make myself feel better about myself, but also to overcome the anxiety and the depression that I was feeling from day to day. And so in that place, I felt that was where I could just forget about everything, numb all those parts of me that I hadn't worked on. And it cost me eventually an accidental drug overdose, 3 days in ICU. It almost took me out, and really that was kind of a blessing in disguise for me, because that was a wake-up call for me to actually say, okay, you know what, I need to start to do this work. I had started before that. I had started to study meditation a little bit because I felt that pull to do something. Numbers were a big thing for me. I was seeing 11s everywhere. So that had started me on that path. But what I was doing was dabbling. I was doing a little bit of the work, and then I would go back on the dark side, doing a little bit of the work. And this was where I was stuck for quite a while. I eventually joined the Mindfulness Center. That was actually my first formal step into this work. And that was going back about a dozen years now. And under Dr. Stefan Trevaux, I did a mindfulness-based stress reduction program. And then from there, I just really fell in love with training the mind and meditation, and really started to get into that work. This basically coincided just as me becoming a father not long after this. And one other thing that's so important for everybody who wants to make a change and who may be stuck in a pattern that's not serving you, or telling a story to support whatever pattern that is. Having a why, and sometimes having that why being greater than yourself, is such an important thing to keep you going when it's tough. It keeps you going on those days that you don't want to put your feet on the floor a little bit earlier and do that work. For me, my why is my children, because I didn't have that self-love at that point, and I still work on that to this day. But the love wasn't there for me to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to do it for me, so I'm going to do it for them. So that was the other part of it. And then I also want to share that I lost a brother to mental health, and this is going back about 5 or 6 years ago. I was doing this work, but I wasn't able to do enough for him. And, you know, and as I'll share later, like, it's about getting stuck. Sometimes we go far off the path and we can get stuck, and Ben got stuck. And so this has been another big part of my why, but also why my purpose and passion is to help people with mental health. Because with these tools I'm going to share, with the work that we're going to talk about, we can all improve no matter where we're at today with a deliberate practice. So I want to talk about thoughts, because thoughts, going back to stress, is a big part of stress. It's not the thing that happens so much, it's the narrative that we create about that thing. It's the judgment and the story, and that story starts to weave into a rumination, which can then become a feeling and an emotion. So our thoughts are triggering all these things all the time. If we don't have the awareness of that, then we can misinterpret thoughts as facts. So thoughts are not facts. That's one thing people may not realize at times. Thoughts, they come unconsciously sometimes. There are secretions of the brain. They come from the body. They come from a number of places. People don't know exactly where they come from, but we get about 60,000 of those a day. Of those 60,000, we have a strong negative bias because we're wired for survival and not happiness. And those thoughts repeat day over day over day. So what happens? If I'm not aware of my thoughts, if I'm not doing any kind of practice to be watching my mind, those thoughts arise, and often they're negative. Those thoughts arise, they're negative, and then if I don't act on it, I'm wondering why I'm starting to feel something about it. That feeling becomes an emotion. That emotion creates a mood, and it affects the action that I take. And that action and that negativity creates more of that. So it's very important to know that thoughts are not facts, but thoughts are things. There's a book by Earl Nightingale, one of the first books sort of in this topic back in the 40s or 50s. It's called The Strangest Secret. And the whole book comes down to this: we become what we think about. So being aware that thoughts are not facts with awareness, and then noticing the thoughts we actually start to inject with consciousness into our thinking, it changes everything. Now, I won't get into, in the scope of this, into the reticular activating system in the brain. There's a filter in the brain that actually filters out things based on what we're thinking. So there's a biological aspect to it. There's also an energetical aspect as well. Thoughts literally project a frequency, and what that frequency is what shows up in our life. So thoughts are not facts, but thoughts are things. So we must choose wisely. So how do we gain more awareness? How do we become more aware of those thoughts? Well, mindfulness is awareness. Awareness is mindfulness. Those two things are synonyms of each other. And then the equanimity is the key to this. So how do we maintain a peaceful state within, regardless of all the things that are happening on the outside, all those stressful things on the outside? How do we stay calm on the inside? The very first year I was at the Mindfulness Center, I walked up to Dr. Trevaux and I said, Dr. T, I want to be enlightened. And he just looked at me and chuckled and basically said, never mind enlightenment right now, just become unfuckwithable. That's another word for equanimity, and it means just to be peaceful on the inside, being able to create enough space that I can respond skillfully to what happens in life rather than reacting instinctually.
Brian,
So, yeah.
Can you go into maybe some of the tools? I know you've mentioned like mindfulness and you mentioned meditation.
Yeah,
Would you be able to go into some of the tools?
Perfect timing. So top 3 science-based tools to manage stress, gain awareness, and emotions. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on sleep, diet, and exercise, but if you're not taking care of those 3 things, that is the foundation for physical and mental health. Sleep is considered to be the top of the food chain. So getting enough sleep every night is important, but if we're not moving the body enough, we're not getting enough deep sleep, and if we're not putting the right fuel in there, it's important to be aware of that in your own life. Meditation and breath work. Meditation, as I mentioned, mindfulness meditation is a type of meditation, but at the end of the day, meditation just means to become familiar with. Taking time every single day just to sit with your own thoughts and your own feelings and really sit with those, as uncomfortable as that might be. Now, I love breath work in combination with meditation. Breath work basically means I'm using the breath in a conscious pattern to create a certain feeling in the body, but it's a way of resourcing the body into the safety system. So by doing some cycles of breathing, I can put my mind and body at ease and then segue into a meditation. So really the difference is breath work is consciously breathing in patterns. Meditation is more of observing the breath and just observing what is happening within on the inside. Um, Deliberate cold exposure is another wonderful practice, and this is a very polarizing one for people, but everybody is taking a shower every day, hopefully. And if you are, you have an opportunity every day to do a little bit of work on your stress response. Every time that cold water hits you, if you're in the shower, I always encourage people who have never done this before, if you're having a warm shower, turn it cold, just get in there and start to work back through your body a little bit. What happens? Well, stress response is created. Your heart rate goes up, your breathing goes up, you start to hyperventilate a little bit. Depending on where you're at, you can overcome that with the breath, calming the body, and in 30 or 45 seconds, you overcome that stress response. So every single day I get in the shower, I have an opportunity to train my nervous system to overcome that stress response. It's the same response if a bear came plowing through the window right now, or if somebody flips me off in traffic. And if that's my trigger, it's creating that same response. I'm overcoming it with the mind and the breath every time. And I just wanted to share this too, because this is, this is something that's is powerful. This is somebody that sent this to me recently, and she had severe PTSD. She was attacked by a dog and had her face literally torn off. She had to have it reconstructed. It was a horrible thing. But she's been doing the cold, and every time she gets in the cold, she is guided by the fact that she needs to find comfort in being uncomfortable. This delays her seizure activity. When she's feeling stuck, anxious, she doesn't love herself, she's able to visit the breath work. And it's really something that's saved her. And she's tried medication, she's tried all those things. We're talking simple things, breath and cold, two things that we have access to all the time that we don't typically give a lot of weight to because it's no cost. Another no-cost practice that is also amenable to neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity means that we can literally reshape our brain through our thoughts, through our feelings, is the power of gratitude. We all know somebody who walks around and seems to be way up here all the time in great gratitude, and regardless of where you're at, by practicing gratitude. And by practicing, I mean like writing down a few things that you're grateful for every day, and then taking it a step further, being very precise about how that thing makes you feel and trying to embody that feeling of gratitude. You're creating a different state change in your day. It's the dark days that this is very important. So if you're having one of those days, you're waking up, you're not feeling grateful at all, this practice is wonderful. Practice this for 6 weeks and you will notice a difference. And it's something that will start to work its way into your life in other areas. You can always find something to be grateful for. And when you're in a state of gratitude, you can't be angry, you can't be anxious or depressed. It's one of those things that really puts us into the present moment and creates a very powerful feeling. And it's a very simple concept, but again, like the cold and the breath, it's not something that we might give enough weight to because it is it's free. So I always leave people with an exercise, and it's called stop. And if there's anything that you can take away from mindfulness, it's this. It's as simple as this. It's about stopping throughout your day. And this is a 1 to 2 minute practice that creates mindfulness. Stop what you're doing. I say stop. I mean, put your phone down, stop moving your arms and legs. This is a door of avoidance to the brain when we're moving and fidgeting. Stop moving just for a second. Take some space and take a breath, just like we started. Just a few deep breaths. There's other short practices you can do, physiological sigh breathing, 4-7-8 breathing. There's a number of things that you can find that you can do in 1 minute that just changes your state and brings you back into the moment. And then right after that breath, observe all your experiences. This is mindfulness. When I notice, what am I thinking right now? How am I feeling right now? What's that self-talk? What's the hamster doing on the wheel right now? Am I judging myself? Just noticing it all, just bringing yourself back into the moment, breaking out of that thinking pattern, and then proceeding with awareness. I have people set a reminder to do this. So you can set a notification on your phone, put a sticky note on the mirror where you brush your teeth, one on the fridge. It's a 1 to 2 minute practice done a couple times a day. Well, here's the kicker. If you practice this over a period of time, what happens is you start to do it automatically. Then you're breaking that pattern. You're becoming more mindful. You're bringing yourself back into the present more often.
And
So,
you know,
brother, so good, so good. We have to wrap. But I want to ask you, what does peak performance mean to you?
Peak performance to me, that's a great question. I would say it is really when I'm fully in alignment with what's happening in my body, with what's happening around me. And my nervous system and my mind are more of an expanded state. The opposite of that would be contraction. When I'm feeling tight, when I'm feeling pressure, I'm not in the moment, I'm ruminating, I'm stuck in the past, I'm stuck. So in the present moment, feeling fully expanded, feeling healthy and alive, feeling grateful, when I'm in that, when all of those ingredients of the recipe come together, that's peak for me. And I think that's when we are all able to do our best work.
I love that. I love that. And I imagine we didn't get to go through your entire presentation, but I think what you shared was incredibly beautiful, and I really loved the tools that you shared, and that really is what day 2 is all about, is finding those tools, right? So identifying where you are, anybody who's listening, identifying where you are in your process, and then really leveraging the tools that Brian went into and mentioned, so that you can feel better, you can have more energy, you can shut off the kind of the monkey mind and come into a greater level of present moment awareness. And then that's when everything kind of opens up for you. So again, Brian, I know you have so much more to share, but I'd love for you to share how people can connect with you. Anything that you're kind of doing in the world right now, coaching or classes. I know you do run retreats and that sort of thing as well. So just how can people get a hold of you, and what is it that you have going on in the world?
Yeah. Well, I just put up a slide there with my it's briancoons.com and my Instagram and email are there. I'm also on LinkedIn. But right now I'm working mostly helping companies and organizations with this in groups, but I work with individuals one-on-one as well. Honestly, if I could just share this with everybody, I mean, it's the work really is doing the work, and so I'm often there to kind of create a guideline and keep people accountable. But at the end of the day, it's really just a matter of putting in the reps. If you've done you trained for something for the gym or whatever, you know that you don't get there in a day, but you'd be surprised what you can do and where you're at. And when you do get yourself out of that mode of stress, how you get into those peak states, just the acceleration of what happens in your life is beautiful. And so it's just a wonderful path to be on.
Absolutely. More isn't better, better is better, and better leads to more.
I like that.
Yeah. Beautiful, man. Thank you so much for your genius, for taking your time and energy to share with us today, and everything that you're doing in the world, man. It's truly an honor, and I'm super grateful for you.
Thanks, Lee. Same to you, brother.
Okay. Wow. So, today, day 2, we're talking about really implementing the tools and that disciplined self-practice, and we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 speakers now, and virtually every speaker has mentioned the breath, gratitude. They've mentioned coming into using these things to be able to come into a deeper level of present moment awareness, and then Marcos, he was talking about, how that present moment awareness and integrity can lead us back to, continuing to show up for ourselves day in and day out with these disciplined practices, so that, essentially we become the embodiment of them, and that's what we're going to be talking about more so tomorrow. So just kind of going back to you guys and girls, is there anything that really stuck out in that one? Anything you want to comment on? Anything that really came alive for any of you during that talk? I love this idea of awareness preceding transformation, and so being able to come into the present moment and having that awareness of, you know, how we're thinking, or if we're triggered, or if something outside of us is causing us to react instead of respond. You know, these are all opportunities for us to become more aware, so that we can, you know, step into higher levels of transformation, to higher levels of feeling better, of having more energy, of, you know, having less stress, of focusing our minds. And it's, as Brian shared, it really is a beautiful journey. Anything alive? Anything that anybody wants to share? Other open mic, chat. I just want to move forward. Okay, so I'll share quickly, because I know we've got a few new people that have popped on. I just want to share. Just quickly, as a kind of a reiteration here of the freedom method itself, and you know, the correlation to the different days, you know, and again, we opened yesterday with opening. You know, how do you see the steps, or how do you integrate a sacred practice for yourself if you're not open to the idea that things can change, if you're not open to new perspectives, if you're not open to the idea that, you know, you really can create a new personality if you so choose, if you so desire, a new identity for yourself. And, you know, again, I'll reiterate, there's nothing wrong with where we are in our journeys, but my personal journey has been the realization that the more I do this stuff, the more fully I'm able to show up. And what I mean by that is I'm able to show up with more energy, with more understanding, with more compassion, with more passion, with better health, with a more focused mindset, with the ability to connect more to love, to God, to, you know, the loved ones in my life, you know, and I'm still learning, I'm still deepening all of that, you know, but with every day that passes, and I continue my sacred self journey, and I continue to show up for myself through these disciplined practices, and that is day 2, the more, you know, alignment I come into with the mind, body, spirit aspects of who I am, the more I'm able to optimize that, and literally the more love I'm able to feel, the more energy I'm able to have, the more and deeper healing I'm able to get to. And, you know, I shared earlier that there's always more, you know, and so why would we not take advantage of this to feel more love, to feel more connected, to feel more whole, to feel happier, to have more energy in our lives, you know, and then we can really step into that, the alignment and the operation, the embodiment of this highest version of who we are, you know, and I imagine that continues to unfold with the longer that we do these practices, that with the more that we tune into, you know, these ideas and these concepts, and implement these tools and strategies, you know, and that to me is we're creating this bridge that we can walk across to total freedom and fulfillment on every level. And that's just it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful journey that we're all on. And again, just a quick reiteration here, and then I want to go to our next speaker, Brother Soleil Rad, and I believe Soleil is tuned in as well, so we'll get to hear from the man himself after his talk. And so, you know, again, just quickly, this is the idea. We're moving from the fiction, you know, from the stories that we've created in the old paradigms of, you know, giving our power away, you know, in this Newtonian reality, you know, likely, and again, I imagine, and this is my own story that I had told myself for so long, these feelings of unworthiness. You know, who am I to be putting together a summit? Who am I to deserve love and abundance and money and connection and all these things? And this is the old story, and it's false, and it's fiction, and it's something that has been perpetrated, and we've been coerced into, you know, through societal, what's been made norms, you know, and essentially this we're living in this fear-based system, warranted or not. And I would say not. I would imagine it's not. But when we start to move to love, and we start to know ourselves by the implementation of these practices. We start to come into a life balance where we're not sacrificing our health for money. We're not sacrificing our relationships for money. We're not going to a job that we hate because we feel stuck, because we have to put food on the table for our family or our children or any of that sort of thing. It's like we're actually able to have it all. We're able to have a strong, fit, healthy body, a sound mind where we're not overstressed, where we're not inside of our heads worried about mental health and worried about what people are going to think and what are they going to say if I do this or if I say this. We're able to build deeper connections with our relationships. We're able to walk in our purpose, to do things that really fulfill us. And then that in and of itself, I imagine, is going to create all the money, all the abundance that we could ever need. So we come into a life balance, and this is when we really become free. We become self-actualized. And to me, that's the fact. That's the game we're here to play. So we move from the fiction to the fact. We move from the unknown self and the old story to freedom, to being fully self-actualized, from unworthiness to remembering that we are so worthy, that we have been so chosen by our parents as that sperm. I think it's 1 in 4 billion chance that you are here today. How is that? How are you not worthy? How are you not chosen? How are you not connected to something so much greater? How is life not a miracle? And we're moving from the Newtonian to the quantum model of reality, where we're taking our power back from the external person, thing, or circumstance to causing an effect. We're no longer relying on the senses. We're saying, I'm going to go within and I'm going to choose what I'm thinking about and what I'm focusing on and how I'm feeling. And I, therefore, am going to be the creator of my reality. I'm therefore going to make manifest all that is in my heart. And that, I believe, is what we're here to do. So just wanted to share that again, reiterate that. Freedom comes when we know self. Exactly. Thank you, Dara. So beautiful. Okay. Any comments, any questions? We're going to dive into another brilliant discussion by dear friend, brother Soleil Radden. He's going to be talking about how we can actually heal our money traumas. So I'm really excited about this talk as well. We good to go? Is everybody with me? Soleil.
Thank you so much, Lee, and everybody, welcome to this wonderful summit. I've been tuning in and out over the last day and a half, and every time I've tuned in, it's been some information that's actually made an impact in my life, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, that's a good idea. I'm just going to do that right now. And all of the world's best coaches tell you that the quicker you implement something, the faster you integrate it. And that doesn't mean you have to implement everything you hear on this call, because that could be really overwhelming and debilitating. So it's your job to be an investigator and take notes and choose 2 or 3 things and be like, okay, I'm doing that right now. From right now on, I'm just going to go with that. Right? So this is what I really, really love about Lee's events is he just gives you an entire buffet, and it's up to you which foods you want to consume and which you want to ignore. And some of the things you ignore, it's okay. It'll come back to you. It's in your consciousness anyway. So Lee, thank you so much for inviting me today. And if we're ready, I can get going.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, thank you, Soleil. Thank you for sharing that. Because it comes down to the action, right? I mean, we can think about it and feel about it, and we have to, as the thoughts and feelings come into alignment, we've got to take that inspired action.
Exactly. So let's get started. And I want to talk today about one of my favorite subjects, money traumas. You see, every one of us has emotions and undesirable emotions that have been created around this thing called money. And I want to share with you how to identify the emotions you have towards money, how to heal the emotions that you have towards money so that you can have closer proximity to money. In other words, you can make money and keep money. You ever wonder how some people, no matter how hard they work, they just can't accumulate a lot of wealth, while others seem to have kind of like dumb luck? Do you ever wonder how some people, even when they make money, it goes away very quickly, and they just can't seem to keep it, while others accumulate money consistently. So what is the problem here? And so many people talk about money mindset, right? Tony Robbins, every coach I see on Instagram, every coach ever is talking about motivation and mindset and manifestation, which, by the way, all of them are great. But what if you have the perfect money mindset and the emotional relationship you have with money is a traumatic relationship? What if the emotions you have towards money is of pain? What kind of a mindset would overcome all of the pain? And wouldn't there be a disconnection if your mind is saying, I want money, I want to make a lot of money, I want to keep a lot of money, but your heart is saying, ouch, I've been hurt by money. I have anger, resentment, and jealousy when it comes to this thing, right? So today we're going to talk about how to heal the emotional field. And this is something nobody's ever talked about. And what gives me the right to talk about it is the following. I came to America as a war refugee. I was born in Iran, came to America with no money, no language, no friends. And at the age of 8, I started my career. And by the age of 33, I was making $1 million of personal income every single year. And I was very fascinated by that because I looked around and I noticed a lot of my American friends, they had access to the same amount of education that I did, if not more. They had access to the same social networks as I did, if not more. They had access to the same language, the same places, same institutions as I had, if not more, and some of them still struggle with money. So what is that difference that allows a war refugee to come here with nothing and make and sustain a lot of money, and others struggle? I was very fascinated by that. I have a background in financial advice. So I've been a financial advisor for 15 years now. I own companies anywhere from financial advisory companies to a juice bar in Beverly Hills. But my biggest and most favorite creation is the one that Lee knows me through, is something called Men of Means. And this is a movement that we have created to help men connect with their hearts, find financial security, and really live a life filled with purpose. So currently, my job is to help hundreds of men increase their wealth, heal their traumas, and become more playful. I am also an executive coach for very select, high caliber, high asset men from around the world. So I know a lot about money, and my goal today is to help unlock a few challenges for you, which I know we all have. I too have money traumas because it's ongoing, right? So do me a favor, let's take a deep breath together, reset our nervous system, and we'll get started. Make sure you take the full deep breath. Thank you. Perfect. All right. Lee, can I get some screen sharing capabilities, please?
Sure.
You got to give this guy Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, let you have screen sharing capabilities around here. So I did my job, sent him the wire transfer, and now he's giving me the screen sharing capabilities.
There we go.
Thank you, brother. All right, great. So money trauma. What the heck is money trauma? We talk about emotional trauma. We talk about sexual trauma. We talk about childhood trauma. We really talk about money trauma. So let's talk about it. So money trauma is the emotions that you hold towards money. And these emotions are typically inherited originally from your parents. So whatever emotional relationship mom and dad had towards money, chances are that you inherited some of it. It's funny to me because we always talk about inheritances as if you're going to receive a big house from your parents, a lot of money, but they also give you inheritances of trauma as you are raised, unintentional. So think about it. My parents went through immigration, war, survival, and they lost money, made money, lost money. What kind of emotional relationship do you think my mom and dad had towards money? Do you think my mom and dad had an emotional relationship towards money based on love, joy, excitement, gratitude, happiness? Or do you think that my parents who were immigrants and war refugees had an emotional relationship towards money based on scared, shame, anger, sadness, jealousy, right? And so the question I ask you is take a moment, ask yourself, what emotional relationship did your mom have with money? Now, I'm going to give you some tips here. Here are the 11 emotions I like to use. Check this out. These are emotions that we can use as guidelines: gratitude, love, joy, happy, excited, or scared, sad, angry, shy, jealous, shame. There's only 11 that I use. I don't like to overcomplicate it. Take a deep breath. What was your mother's relationship with money? See if you can download that in this moment and put it in the chat. What was your mother's emotional relationship with money? And I want you to put in the chat because I want to see if there's a pattern here amongst the people that are in this call. Did your mom have an emotional relationship with money based on happy, excited, grateful? Was she feeling angry, shy, jealous, shame? Talk about it. Put it in the chat, please. Do me a favor, use the words that I have here in the 11 emotions, just so I can feel like I'm some kind of authoritarian speaker here and that you're following my lead. It'll make my day. I'm waiting for all 15 of you. Thank you, Chitra. Your mom's emotional relationship with money. Feel into it. How was her emotional relationship with money? My mother's emotional relationship was scared, angry, and jealous. And I know that because everybody she talks about, she only talks about their finances first before she talks about their personalities. Right? So look at the pattern here in this room. If you were raised by a mom who felt scared, angry, sad around money, imagine the type of messaging that she gave you when you were growing up. She probably said things to you like, be careful, don't overspend, conserve the money, don't trust other people with money, right? And I'm not going to ask you for the sake of time, what was your father's emotional relationship money? But if you want to tune into it in this moment and put it in the chat, you can. Your father's relationship with money. My dad had a relationship with money that started with joy, love, and gratitude because he used to make a lot of money. And then he started losing a lot of money. He made bad financial decisions, got into bad partnerships. And now, today, my father's relationship with money is sad and shame, right? So these are the emotions that you and I inherit from our parents, right? What is your emotional relationship with money? What is your emotional relationship with money? And you don't have to put in the chat because you already know what it is. When you take a deep breath and you're like, oh, when I think about money, oh, shame, a little scared, right? Maybe a little bit of happy and grateful. Whatever it is, it's okay. We're not here to judge the emotions, just like we wouldn't judge your emotions towards your spouse. But what we want to know is that the emotional relationship you have towards money determines its proximity to you. What do I mean by that? Imagine you're in a relationship with a man or a woman, your spouse. Imagine the times within your relationship where you feel angry at your spouse, where you feel shame with your spouse. What are the chances of you and your spouse being loving and close and connected and romantic together when you're harboring emotions of anger, sadness, shame, shy, jealous? Low chances, right? Low possibilities. In fact, as human beings, when we feel these emotions, we call them resentments as a grouping. When we feel resentments towards anyone or anything, we like to distance ourselves from them. The same goes with money. I don't care what kind of mindset you have towards money, how much you want it. If your emotional body has resentment towards this entity called wealth, guess what? You're going to create distance. No matter how much you want it, you're still going to create distance. Same goes for your relationship. It's kind of like having a love-hate relationship with your spouse. It's like saying, I love you, Denise, but I'm angry at you. I want to be next to you, Denise, but I feel shame around you. Imagine what kind of dysfunction we would have. No matter how much I want to be close to Denise as my partner, if I've been hurt by her, it's hard to get close. This is what most people don't understand about money mindset. They try to bypass the emotional field by telling themselves mantras, meditations, affirmations, I'm rich, I'm wealthy, I'm happy, while inside I've been hurt. So what we do in therapy, something I call financial therapy, is we try to first identify what is the emotions I have towards money. Have I been hurt by money? Am I jealous? Am I angry? And all of them are okay. There's no judgment on any of the emotions you feel. I've had clients, women clients, who said, I cannot make any money. And when we went deep into the emotional space, what came out was this woman, her parents were ultra wealthy. And because of the way they managed their money, it ended up in her brother committing suicide, her other sibling being addicted to drugs because of the lack of money management. So my client, who was a woman, had anger towards money. Money had hurt and destroyed her whole family. Of course, she's going to have a hard time making money, right? So first identify. Just like any therapy that we go to with our spouse, we first want to take ownership of how are we feeling in this relationship, right? And what I say is your relationship, your emotions towards money determine how much money you have or how much money you keep. How close would you be to your spouse if you secretly resent her or are jealous of her behavior, right? Your emotional relationship with money determines its proximity. So what do we do in this case? What we do is first we identify the emotions. And just like any therapy, we like to reveal. And what I like to say is you cannot heal what you do not reveal. You cannot heal what you don't reveal. If you are having emotions of anger, sad, shy, shame, jealous towards money, and you don't want to reveal it to yourself or other people, how are you going to heal it, my friend? How are you going to heal it? By just working harder and harder and harder and meditating more and trying to, why not just talk about it? Why not just own it? Why not just share it? So a great exercise I'd love to give you is to first write down these 11 emotions. If you would like to do it by taking a screenshot, you can too. Quick screenshot, these are the 11 emotions as a guideline. Okay, I use these 11 because they're simple. Right? Some people like to complicate it and put in 11,000 emotions. Who cares? Make it simple. Identify the emotion. The next thing I want you to do is I want you to start talking about it. How you talk about it? Well, start acknowledging it. That's the last speaker on here was talking about consciousness, acknowledgement. Don't just go through life with muscle, go through it with an open heart. A beautiful exercise I would love to give you is to have the courage to reveal your money emotions every single opportunity you get. It starts by doing it at home with your spouse. Hey, honey, today I want to share with you, I'm feeling a little bit of anger towards myself. I am noticing that I have some anger issues towards money, and I'm going to share about it a little bit more. It also can be seen like if you go to a restaurant. I started doing this and it changed my life. Okay, now you're going to laugh at this, but this is radical. By the way, my last name is Radical, so I have to play the part. So when I started realizing I had money traumas, and at the time I was feeling angry and shame around my money. Anger and shame. At the time, when I started doing this, I realized I didn't have as much money as I wanted to, so I felt shame about it. As a man, as a provider, not having a lot of money was a big deal for me, especially coming from a Middle Eastern family where men are supposed to be the big breadwinner. So I took it on myself to heal myself. I would go to dinner with friends, and when the bill would come out, I would check in with my emotions. And I remember when the bill would come out, man, I would feel shame and a little scared. Because every time I spent money, I felt shame, scared. And I would talk about it during the dinner experience. When the bill would come out, I would share with my friends at the table, hey guys, I want to share with you, I'm feeling shame and scared in this moment. Because I noticed that the bill is here and I notice I have shame around my money issues. I feel scared that, sometimes I'm going to run out of money or that I don't have enough money to spend on dinner. I'm going to pay for this dinner anyway. I'm not using that as some kind of an excuse, but I just wanted to reveal so that I can heal. And soon enough, these emotions that I was concealing and hiding started to be open. And I started to realize, wow, it's okay that I used to feel shame around money. It's okay that I felt angry around money. But now that I'm talking about it, it's not as heavy as I thought. A lot of people have shame around money. A lot of people have scared and anger around money. And as I started talking about my shame, my anger, and my scared, other people started coming along. They're like, me too. And it started becoming playful. Isn't this the same as any type of trauma work? Right? If you've been abused emotionally and you don't talk about it, guess what? You're harboring it. And imagine how your harboring of these emotions are limiting your human potential. I don't want you to limit your financial potential. So as a financial advisor and as an executive coach, my invitation to you is to start opening up around your emotions towards money. And stop judging yourself, whether it's good or bad. Who cares? When you have a healthy relationship with money, this is what it looks like. I'm going to share with you what it looks like. Let's take a deep breath together. Take your moment, take a deep breath. I'm going to give you a story. Imagine being married to someone. I'll use myself. Imagine I had this gorgeous wife. I'm in love with her. By the way, I just got married at Burning Man. Call me a real hippie, why don't you, okay? So imagine I had this gorgeous wife that I love. She's beautiful inside and out. And she comes to me and she says, honey, I'm going to go to Las Vegas for a bachelorette party. And you know what? I'm going to Las Vegas for an no limit, no time limit. I don't know how long it's going to be until I come back. I'm going with my girls and we're going to have a wild time. Now, if my emotional relationship with my wife was a healthy one, what would I say? I would say, you know what, love? Go for it. Take your time. Have a good time. I'll be right here waiting for you. Same goes with money. If my money goes away and I lose some money in a bad investment, or I spend a big amount of money and it goes away, and I have a healthy relationship with money, what will I say? I'll say, you know what? Go for it. I'll be right here waiting for you. I love you. I know that you love me too. Come and go as you wish. Thank you. Now, in the same instance, if I have a wife and I have resentment emotions towards her, I feel scared, I'm angry at her, I feel shame in the relationship, guess what? When she says I'm going to Vegas, oh my God, I would freak out. What do you mean you're going to Vegas? How long are you going to be there? When are you going to come back? Are we okay? Are we in a good relationship together? Will we survive? That's the same that goes with money. If you have an unhealed relationship with money, when you lose money, spend money, invest money, your emotions will freak you the hell out. You're going to be worried. You're going to lose sleep. You're going to be second guessing yourself. How many of you second guess yourself around money all the time? Why is that? The emotions need to be healed, because when they're healed, the only emotion that exists is gratitude and love. Whether money comes into your life, you feel grateful and love. And when it leaves, you feel grateful and love. And you say thank you so much for your friendship, for the support you've given me. And I'll be right here for you, ready to receive you when you come back. I'm not going anywhere. I love you. Thank you. That was the end of my presentation. I'll take a few questions if we have time. I hope that this landed for you from the heart. I love you.
So beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Soleil. I think saw Darla. Wow, this just opened my eyes to a few things. Do you want to share, Darla, what that was? Since we have the money man, money wizard here with us, you can.
Yes, definitely. Looking at it and actually acknowledging the way my family has responded to money over the years, and comments were like it allowed what you were going through, allowed for me to actually get centered and take in that breath. And as I did, I allowed things to percolate and come up to the surface for my mind to capture. And what I realized is there's a fear of the success of finances due to the fact that I've already been labeled by my family as, oh, so now you've made those accomplishments. So now you're one of them. You're one of those. So I'm being abandoned by my family due to the fact that I'm coming into success because they can't relate to it. And that's what came up. I was like, whoa, that's amazing. That's that's empowering to me because now I can see what has been my hesitation to ask for the sale, or because I don't want my family to not want me around because of a separation due to finances. That's huge. So coming from a family with no money, being able to walk into something where I am beginning to make it, they've already begun that separation on their own instead. So that was huge.
Darla, thank you so much for sharing. First of all, I love your name. It reminds me of Darling. So it's a close match. And
my name means little darling.
There you go. Perfect. So I picked up on the frequency. I want to share something really important. And I think this will really connect to everybody in the room. You know, as a poor immigrant boy, I used to feel a lot of shame for not having enough money. And then when I started making a lot of money because I worked really hard, I then felt shame that I had more money than my friends. And I felt shame that the challenges I was having were well outside of their league, and I couldn't really talk about my challenges, and I started to feel alone this time in my success, right? And so what I want to share with you is two things. Number one, the top 5 friends you have determine everything. So find friends who have similar problems of wealth, of success, right?
Okay.
These people who can connect with you and remind you that whatever you're going through is actually pretty normal for the level of success you're having. That's number one. Number two is never, ever dim your light. A lot of times, especially if you're already in this room, in this summit, you're probably the black sheep of your family. You are probably breaking all of the social and familial norms that exist. And I know Denise agrees with that too. And we are the rebels. Look at Lee. This guy's the biggest rebel I've ever met. He's trying to change the entire globe, right? And so when we are rebellious in this way, there is a gravitational force called our family. And when we're trying to get out of this gravitational force, it's very strong because we have a lot of social structures, social norms, and cultural expectations within every family unit. So when you make a lot of money, your family might be saying, fuck you, how dare you? You should stay in poverty with us. How dare you be financially free? And it takes a lot of courage to break out from that magnetic force, that centrifugal force that each of our families have been gathering around, which we call poverty mentality. So let this be a reminder itself. Let my words themselves be a reminder that you are the rebellious one who's going to free your family from all poverty mentality by standing in your light and by not having to dim your light to make them feel comfortable. Show them how easy it could be to make wealth and how pleasurable it could be to release it and make it again. Aho.
Thank you so much. That was great. I truly appreciate it.
So beautiful, so beautiful. Anita, you said, wow, need this. Do you want to expand on that for Soleil?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Yep. Okay. Yeah, same issues. A lot of family stuff going on, a lot of changes in my own life the last few years, and a lot of family attempts to retake control of me and my life. So yeah, I can relate to Darla. I can relate to everything that's been talked about, and thank you all so much.
Thank you. Soleil, did you have anything you wanted to share on that?
Yes, I would love everybody to take a deep breath. This is a very important moment for you. Thank you all for receiving this. Thank you for Lee for providing this, being a host of this type of information. And I want to leave you with one prayer. And what I want to say is that prayer is actually intention setting, has nothing to do with religion. Prayer is the oldest technology in the universe, and it predates any religion. So when we pray, we're setting our intention. We're saying, here's what I desire from the universe. Let's do a quick prayer, and I will leave you guys with this. Please take a deep breath. If you want to close your eyes, you can. Dear universe, God, nature, all of our angels, all of our supporters, to the field of infinite possibility, we call upon you to remind us of our full power. We ask for you to continually support us with money and love, and give us the electrical current of currency. Allow it to flow through us. God, we ask that you allow any past money traumas to come to surface and serve as blessings for us, lessons that we can share with all of our friends and family. God, we know that as we heal our money traumas, we're able to be more free and more generous. And that's what we want to be. We ask for you to continue to share with us this information and bless all of us in this room with good health, good finances, a lot of joy so that we can spread it to ourselves, to our families, and to the entire world. Thank you so much. Amen. Aho.
Brother Soleil, thank you so much. Thanks for taking your time and your energy to be here. Love you, brother. The Men of Means, the container that you've created and so graciously accepted me into and invited me into, we're definitely gonna change a lot of men's lives with that. And yeah, man, I've learned so much from you already, and I'm excited to continue the journey. So thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And so they just posted the link to menofmeans.org in there. And you're on Instagram as well, right? What's your personal Instagram?
Yes, I'm on Instagram. I'll add the handle here. But for those of you who are interested in supporting a movement of healthy masculinity, whether it's for yourself, for your husband, this is the ultimate group that you can refer somebody to. We are helping men connect with their hearts, open their financial freedom, and really become men of purpose. I put in my Instagram page. You can connect with me personally. If you want to just send me some love, send me a shout out. And Lee and I are a part of this men's group who are impacting 100 million men through this work. So thank you everybody for all your blessings. And thank you so much, Lee, for putting this together and really giving people the type of information that is hard to find in commercial spaces. I love you all. I can't wait to connect with each and every one of you. Blessings.
Thanks, brother. Thank you. The one thing that I want to touch on from Soleil's talk is, and I imagine this is pretty universal, and what we've been discussing with regards to all aspects of life is, what we reveal, we heal. So being able to deepen that communication with each other, and it really begins with being able to tune into what we're feeling in those 11 emotions that Soleil talked about, and so as and again, this is something as men we're not taught. It's not as easy for us, at least this is the story that I have, as it is for women. But to be able to simplify and move into those 11 emotions, and then be able to actually tune into them in any given situation, in any given communication or interaction, and actually feel what I'm feeling in a given moment, and then be able to openly and authentically and with radical honesty express those emotions. It allows us to open that space for deeper connection, for deeper healing, and that is really the essence, I believe, of revealing so that we can heal. And I imagine it to be easier in some situations than others, but with practice, it just becomes, like everything else we've been talking about, it becomes the way that we show up in our lives. Darla, yes, that was me being vulnerable in an area that I've been suppressing. So thank you so much for your vulnerability, Darla. It's really, really beautiful to witness. Okay, so do we have anything else? Any other thoughts or suggestions around this topic, or should we be moving forward to our next talk? We've got next. We've got so Matt's going to be exploring the potential within, and just before that, I just want to share another poem, and this one is called "The Unknown." So again, all of this, all of the poetry that I'm sharing is really just a different expression of what we've been talking about. A different expression of how we're able to come more fully into the highest version of ourselves. Sorry, just reading the comment here. So Scott, this is the area that I believe where I need the most progress. Yeah, Scott, and like you said, you pulled up the Men of Means website, so happy to talk to you more about that. We'll be bringing more men in October, so would love to just make you aware of all of that, and happy to have a conversation, or as Soleil said, you can reach out to him as well. The unknown. Dwell in the unknown. Knowing what to expect each and every day, we've become our past. Accustomed to the known, our thoughts have produced chemical cocktails, resulting in mixtures of emotions. The body becomes the mind, addiction to feelings ensue, cells flooded, recognition, memory, familiarity. Familiar, not optimal. Change is hard, this feels right. No, it feels familiar. Comfort is death for growth. Routine mauls creativity. Live in the energy of a future you, unlimited, abundant, free, self-actualized, now, believing everything is a miracle, or live by neurological and emotional hardwiring of past experience, Now, belief that all is chance, Newtonian or quantum reality, cause and effect, or causing an effect. You choose. One plays victim, the other victor. One reacts, the other responds. Life is yours not by chance, by choice. Mission should you accept. All is perspective. Which do you choose? Creation, the divine right. Enter the quantum field as nothing, or gift. Return as everything. Heal, evolve, expand, create, transform. Return to oneness. Dwell in the unknown. And we're going to move right into Matt's talk. Beautiful, beautiful. You need to move or breathe just to keep the energy.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. We are on day 2. We're going deeper with.
Just to keep the energy high, please go ahead and do so. It was good when Soleil was talking. We were able to take those breaths with him. He's really amazing at making sure that we do that. Okay.
Every conversation we have, and of course, talking about this idea of activating and optimizing through disciplined practice the mind, body, spirit aspects of the self. What are those practices, whether it's meditation or breath work or more, weightlifting, actually do on a day in and day out basis with discipline, so that we're able to really begin to embody that new identity that we started to open up to and create A1. So I'm excited to have a brother, soul brother here, Matt Belair. We met in Egypt, I want to say 2016, so it's been a minute. Matt's a high coach, and he's going to be talking about accessing, exploring the potential within. So Matt, brother, thank you so much for being here, and I'm super excited to hear from you, hear what genius you have to share with today. So welcome.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate you. I'm glad to be here, and just love everything you do. So yeah, man, it's great to be connected. Egypt was amazing. We're just exploring, right, the inner and outer worlds and all the mysteries that lie there. And we both want the same thing, where we want to live beautiful lives, but we also want to help people make this planet a better place. You know what I mean? So you're doing great work.
Thanks, brother. Likewise. And I can't wait to circle back afterwards and hear everything you're up to in the world and connect with you. But right now, I want you to go into, I'll let you kind of take it away. Like, how do we actually test and explore that potential?
Yeah, it's a really great question. And I think I can summarize it in a short way with a few stories. So I feel like when I first started getting into peak performance, sports psychology, manifestation, and all the weird stuff that you get into, the weirdest of the weird, can we, move objects, telekinesis, can we have spontaneous healing? What are the limits to human potential? So many people were talking about the law of attraction and all of these different ideas, but very few were talking about how to get clear on what you actually wanted. Because people would just say money, but what does money bring you, right? What is the actual result of money? We want enough money so we have safety and security. But if you have unlimited money, that's not just the thing we want. Maybe we want to travel. Maybe we want to explore. Maybe we want to pay for different experiences. So getting very clear on that is so key. And there's very little training on that. And so there's a lot of training on how to get there, very little on how to get clear. And one of the most powerful things that I've observed or tried to help my clients with over years is getting crystal clear. And the problem is, when you ask a regular person, what is it that you want? What is most important to you? If you had $1 million forever, what would you do if you couldn't fail? The mind is very logical and is designed to keep you safe. So if you say, this is my ultimate dream, is to be a musician and teach kids music and inspire through all these different ways, what happens when I ask that question is the conscious mind is up and it goes, oh, I'm not going to answer it exactly truthfully because I don't want to die. And for me to survive, I need money. and your stupid ass dream is not going to give me any money. So I'm not going to let you answer this realistically or truthfully and authentically, because I can't see how you'd make money. My limited conscious brain can't see that. So I'm going to keep you safe by saying, oh, I want this career in music that's cushy and whatever the case is, right? So I had one client, one friend that was so analytical, I knew that there's no way he's going to give me a good answer. So I've studied hypnosis, and really it's just helping people relax their mind because they don't know how. Most people have never tried, they've never considered it, they don't know how to quiet the inner voice. And it's basically a guided meditation. So I just put him into a guided meditation, asked him to connect to his heart, and then I asked him the questions. What would you do if you couldn't fail? What's most important to you? What does your ultimate dream life look like? If you had everything you wanted in a year, what would that look like? If you could learn anything? I just asked him the series of questions, right? And he started crying in the middle of this experience. And so I've kind of called it like the quantum heart hypnosis. And what it does is it just helps you quiet the critical factor so you can ask these authentic questions, get clear on who you really are, right? And then move forward. Because if your dream, if who you are is so inspiring, so aligned, so meaningful to you, no matter what obstacle you'll face, you'll get over it. You'll get through it somehow. If you're only kind of half on the fence, the first obstacle, you're going to stop, right? Okay, I'm going to give up too hard because you don't care. It's not aligned with who you are. So that is the most critical thing you can do. Then the second step, which is essentially visualization. Dr. Joe Dispenza has really popularized this with his work with people having spontaneous healings, changing their lives. In sports performance, we know visualization really amplifies performance. There's study after study that shows that. So now we can really get clear on that image that we want to visualize, that we want to match the vibration of in law of attraction speak, or that we want to encode it in the brain, because now we know that when you visualize something, it can encode new neural pathways in the brain. So you can have neuroplasticity. And this is all done through visualization. And there's an amazing story that I like to share in Yogananda's book. Yogananda wrote a book called The Autobiography of a Yogi. A lot of people know what that book is. It's an incredible book about a man who wanted to become a yogi, and it talks about his life experience in achieving that. But he wrote another book called Scientific Affirmations, and he shares why we do not achieve what we want. And he says, we live in an electromagnetic universe. So let's say you want a job that's more inspiring with great people. So you say, dear Lord, may I have this job that has great people, and, whatever you've kind of lined up for yourself. Or I'd like to make money passively in the fitness industry and help people do this, whatever your thing is. So when you say that, let's say you're measuring it to the universe, it might measure on like 1 or 0.5 on the electromagnetic scale. There's no energy, there's no will, there's no force, there's no electrical pulse, and we're in the electromagnetic field. And Dr. Joe Dispenza says your thoughts are the electrical signal to the quantum field, and your emotions are the magnetic, right? So if you were to measure those, they'd be very, very tiny. So you go, what if you see these stories where the mother's baby is trapped under the car? She goes up to that car, and she doesn't think about how much she can squat, how much she can deadlift, if she's stretched, if you know what I mean. She grabs the car and picks the damn thing up, because every fiber of her being is in alignment. Every ounce, there's not one shred of any part of that mother that is not deciding with all of her will to pick the thing up. And it happens. And it's happened several times in history that we have recorded, and other things of like this direct, intense, sheer will. Imagine that level of energy, of electromagnetism, or whatever force that is, versus, I have a happy life and I'm, now a millionaire helping other people, right? They're not even the same stratosphere. So when you go into the idea of whether you do journaling, whether you use the quantum heart, whether you do whatever you need to do to get clear on a meaningful vision, then in your visualization and your affirmations, add that level of intensity of will, and you're willing to do anything, your results will be inevitable. Over a long enough period of time, your results will be inevitable. And just like a pro athlete, which I'm familiar working with, if you want to be in the Olympics, it's like a 20-year journey or a 15-year journey usually, right? It's a long time. So you better be aligned. And as you do it day in and day out, day in and day out, your success will be inevitable if you stay on the tracks. And maybe you don't even get a gold medal. So you place third, you win a bronze medal, you loved it, you enjoyed the entire process, you're whole, happy, and complete in the whole thing, and your life is beautiful because then you start training people in this different thing. You've got a great family, all the stuff that's most important to you exists, and you use your power of visualization for that because that's just one aspect of who you are. Our goals are just one tiny aspect of life. We have relationship, we have all these different modalities and mysteries and things to enjoy. And so our goals are just one thing that really pushes forward. So if we use that strategy or that tactic as we go to achieve our goals, but we also surrender to the result, we're really living in a very powerful and very aligned and very purposeful way where we're interacting with life, with God, and then we're seeking feedback for how we adjust and refine that journey.
So good, Matt. Is there so you mentioned the what is it, the quantum heart?
Yeah.
Can you a bit more to that? It'd be a tool per se, right? That people could to actually, begin to become the embodiment of this new version of themselves.
Yeah, 100%. So again, like when I coached so many different clients, it was always the same issue. When they would tell me what they wanted, I knew they couldn't find alignment because they're just unfamiliar with that process. Like I said, I was a little bit different and went through journaling, and so it was easy for me, and I kind of have it as a part of my practice. So because the conscious mind is so challenging to get around because the way it's set up, right? We look both ways when we cross the street. It's just designed to keep us safe, right? And so from that same level of consciousness, you cannot get the same level of a really authentic answer to the depths of who you really are. And so all this process does is it relax you, right, into a deep state where the consciousness now shuts off. In hypnosis, they call it the critical factor, right? If I say, you're a millionaire and you're not, the critical factor goes, no, I'm not. It's like if you have a strong, healthy body, but you're out of shape, and it goes, no, I'm not. It's like, but if you get past the critical factor and say, I am building a strong and healthy body, I have it. Now all of a sudden that conscious mind shut off, and you can now imagine that. You can feel it. You can move into that experience. And so the quantum heart hypnosis is simply just that, shutting down the critical factor, connecting to your heart, using prayer, using meditation, using relaxation, and using your own will to say, who am I? What is most important to me? Who do I want to be here? What do I want to leave as a legacy, as an impact, right? You get to feel that true answer vibrate through your entire body because that conscious mind got to take a break, right? Sit back and you feel it. And now you might not have the end result. Like, if most people say, if you could do anything, what would you do? Or, they'll go, well, I don't even know if they're going north, east, south, or west. If you're on a ship in the ocean, right? They have no idea. So they're like, oh, you know what? I'm starting with north. Amazing. You don't know exactly if it's northeast, northwest, right? If it's 360 degrees on the dial, as you move forward and you re-engage with the process, you'll go from north. Oh, actually, it's northeast. Actually, it's 342.1 degrees this way. Amazing. And over time, it just refines and refines and refines on a daily basis, just like a boat correcting its steering each and every day, one little notch at a time, right? So that alignment allows us to then engage with the conscious mind and all the tools of peak performance, goal setting, planning, organization, flow state, all these different things, dedication. And we just do that a little bit at a time, and then we reflect and we come back. And then we use the work of all these people have given great research on the power of visualization and Dr. Joe, and live into that, right? Matching that vibration. Oh, I'm a world champion, or my business is helping people do this and this and this, right? And so you feel into that, and that's going to accelerate your process greatly, but you're going to be willing to get over every hurdle because it's so meaningful to you. And that's the point. It's got to be so meaningful to you that you're willing to do anything for it. And even if you get to stage 1, it might refine into stage 2. It's that direction, right? And if you're a ship in the ocean, each new experience is going to cause you to refine and reflect on where you're going. And then you can detour. And then that will be the next most important step, and use the exact same tools, right? And so one example I'll give is this guy reached out. He's a freestyle motocross rider. His name is Brody Carmichael, and he fell on a front flip. And, on a motorcycle, there's only 2 people in the world who could do it at the time. And he goes, hey, bro, I fell on a front flip. I heard you're really good at what you do, and I'd like to land a front flip and do these other variations. Well, his mental game was strong. And basically, all I said is you could read Zen Athlete, you can go through all these different trainings. All you actually have to do is visualize a trick every single day for about 30 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, until you know in your body you can do it. When you know that, go do it. And then you go 3 weeks later, he lands a front flip. 3 weeks after that, lands the world's first front flip heel clicker. 3 weeks after that, the world's first front flip freaking Superman on a motorcycle. And I connected with him a few weeks ago, and he hasn't stopped since. He's just like, that's just been the beginning, using the same exact framework each and every time, right? So we're always going to have new goals. We're always going to have new aspirations. So you need to go back into that self-reflection piece, knowing truly who you are. And you could use the quantum heart hypnosis, over and over again. You could use your own journaling techniques over and over again. You'll know when you feel and resonate with that alignment. So it'll start kind of vague, northeast, south, or west. And as you chisel away over time, you're going to refine your direction with each and every step. And then you apply, in your visualization will also give you the energy of your alignment. So as you record your visualization of what you want to create, I'm like, oh, you know what? I should have added this and this and this. And then boom, I steer that visualization because I'm experiencing it now. I'm like, oh, I thought this would have felt better. Oh, you know what? I actually really want this thing. And you refine that visualization. Now, when the energy and the magnetism line up and you're in that space of what you want to create, you're so aligned. And so visualization really also helps as that tool to help refine. And all you need to do is just record what you want. Describe in great detail what it is you want. And if you need to relax, there's a lot of hypnosis scripts online. You don't need to overcomplicate it. Get quiet music, say relax, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or whatever, right? Just try to get yourself in the state of relaxation, and then just like a mental movie, imagine the thing you want to create and see how that feels, and then refine it. And you'll see in a very short time how aligned you can become and how excited you'll be to create that version of yourself.
So good, Matt. I want to ask, how do you get into emotionality of it? How do you get into that state, right? Because you mentioned the thoughts send it out, that's the electrical, and then the feelings draw it back, that's the magnetic. So how do we really cultivate and lather the feelings so that we can actually, really begin to draw our dreams back to us, what we've been visualizing?
That is a phenomenal and very high level question from a man who knows what he's talking about. That is the key, is to get into the emotion of it. It's a very fascinating thing. So one example would be through sports. Anybody listening to this, as long as your body works and you've never snowboarded in your life, if your body basically works and you can kind of squat down and up, if we swapped and I had your consciousness, I could do a backflip on my snowboard over a massive jump using your body, because I know what it feels like. That's the only reason, because I know it's hardwired in my body. Now, the same thing in like kind of the electromagnetic field of where we are, you can hardwire wealth, abundance, success, business, relationships, all these different things, right? We all have our unique life path, so I don't think it's a straight line. But if you want a quality relationship, you can bring that into if you want a successful, meaningful business, you can do that. Right? Doesn't mean it's going to happen immediately, but your worthy goal will be different for everybody. Your timeline for success will be different for every single person, right? So matching that is a challenge. So how do we feel into it? There are a few different ways, and you have to figure out for yourself what's going to create the most amount of emotion. So the quality of your visualization, one simple tool that I did for a long time and I do for my athletes is very simple. Brody Carmichael, he described the front flip. I told him, record what it's going to feel like. And he walked himself through it. That's it. That's sports performance. Now for your business or your life, walk yourself through it and just describe it in detail and give yourself the suggestion to how do you feel. See if you can get into that feeling and magnify it. And if you do the quantum heart hypnosis, which I'll make available to people who go here, I say magnify that feeling. Just a suggestion to magnify the feeling. Our focus on it will help you magnify it. So how you describe it in different ways, describe it in different views, have fun with it. The other tool that I like is to do something that I learned at Burning Man, which I call manifestation dancing. And that's like, if you like music, right? I tried this experiment. I had the idea, I'm like, oh man, this is interesting. So I talked to one of my buddies. We're out in Burning Man doing the thing. And I was like, hey buddy, like imagine all your goals right now. I was like, yeah, okay. And I was like, what I want you to do, because we're listening to music, I go, I want you to start dancing as if you've achieved everything that you've already wanted in your life. And then his dancing changed. It was amazing. I was like, holy smokes. You can see the visual representation of his inner state of being. And so, you know, you can say, okay, you know, I'm in my house, I'm playing the music that I like, and I'm like, just imagine these goals. My current goals are here right now. Dance and generate the emotion as if they're here right now. And through the body's movement, I've found you can really generate an emotional state. I have a much easier time doing that for myself than sitting in meditation and generating the emotion, because I'm kind of in a relaxed state. You can do that. You can encode the mind. It can be a helpful experience, but just imagining. And Dr. Joe has one where you just walk and you walk into your future and feel that. And that's the idea, is like to use visualization, use the suggestion to feel an experience as if you've had it now. And then at the end, you let it go. You know what I mean? The result is never up to you. All you can do is do your best, right? Teach a kid in sport, they're in a competition. All that's required is you do your best. Let go of the result, because you're still whole and beautiful and perfect as you are. Just do your best. And so if we can apply those simple principles, we're going to do really well. And I just say to people, just make guided recordings for yourself and get better at describing what the experience is going to like. And if you want to try some manifestation dancing, get some music you like. Just imagine everything that you wanted is here now. Feel what it is, and just dance as if you have it. And as I experimented through Burning Man that year, it was hilarious, because every single time I could watch the person's body really move into it, really generate, really match that emotion, really match the frequency. So I feel like that's it. No one ever talks about that. And I talked about it years ago. As far as what I've seen for doing this, I haven't seen anything better than that, because I'm witnessing it. I'm like, you can see it in the person's movement. And I feel like we can really match the emotion that way.
I love that you mentioned the physicality, because you and I are both really physical guys, and you know, that's what embodiment is, right? And I've been bringing my hair and my manifestation practice into the gym with me. So instead of just like counting reps or you know, tempo or anything like that, actually praying, I'm visualizing, I'm actually, you know, and to me, like, I'm not one of my most passionate states when I'm in the gym. Like, I'm, you know, the blood is pumping and I'm invigorated, I'm present. But to take that mental game, that realization, emotionality of prayer into the gym with me. I mean, I've had sessions that I've come out and I'm in tears, right? And it's like, that's not a typical reaction after a weightlifting session, you know. It's so it changes the entire session and rewires the brain in the process, and of course to really magnetize, you know, whatever that visualization is to you. So really, really powerful. I want to ask you, man, what does peak performance mean to you?
That's interesting. I don't know if anyone's ever asked me that. I think for me, it's getting clear on what's most important to you, because they can say peak performance, right? And you achieve this goal and it's not what you actually want, then who gives a crap? Especially you. It has to be meaningful to you. So peak performance would be, number one, identifying what's actually most meaningful to you beyond the ego. What's genuinely what's most important. Then the performance side for peak performance would be, have you created a plan that's reasonably effective for where you are now? And are you diligently working towards it each and every day? And are you doing it from a focused, empowered state? So we would know training like, oh, okay, I want to create this. Well, is your mind wandering? Are you on Instagram, or do you give a shit? Or are you fully engaged and immersed in the process? So that's what it would come down to for me, is like, what's the plan that you can make? How diligently can you work towards it? And how much are you enjoying the process? And one example, I interviewed Stephen Kotler a few times and interviewed him again recently. He's probably the most well-known guy in the world on flow state and peak performance. New York Times best-selling author, a Flow Genome Project, has the most documented science and team around understanding flow state. And when he talks about it, he's like, you know what? It's a day well performed, where what he does is he figures out what he wants, the highest version of himself, right? Let's say he's gone through all that process. Then on Sunday, he makes a plan for the week, right? And so when he gets up, he works for the boss, his higher self. And he goes from task to task with limited, I'll say effery, limited messing around on getting it all done, because he's working for the boss, that vision of himself. And he goes from task to task with no missed time, right? Boom, 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 boom. It's a day well executed in alignment with who you truly are. I don't see it being better than that. And I from what he said, I'm like 1/10 of that. That's amazing. And what I learned from martial arts too, one of the boxing coaches I have, he'd always be about the speed of transition between your workout, right? Push-ups to sit-ups to burpees or whatever. That was the key. That's really the defining process. So over time, you might be sloppy. You might get 15 minutes a day on that start, and then it goes to 2 15-minute tasks, and then an hour, and then back to back, and you're going to grow, you're going to evolve. You've never been to the gym before, you're not going to know really what you're doing. Over a year or two, you're going to be a wizard, like everything. So you don't have to be perfect, and you don't have to go all in. There's that quote by Jerry Seinfeld, or the idea, I think it's out there, but it's basically you'd rather do like one joke every day rather than 30 jokes on one day throughout the day. That little chipping away, it's the consistency, just a little drop of water, boop, boop, that can break stone and mountains and rocks. It's just unbelievable what that consistency can do. And then over time, you're going to get much better at creating an entire life around it, where you're working for your higher self, the best version of yourself that wants what's best for you. And then you engage in each of that process, right? In boxing and martial arts, nobody really wants to run 10 miles at 4 a.m., but they do it because they're working for the championship version of themselves. And that's where the dedication and the discipline come in. So that's my perspective on that. Great question.
Yeah, I love that, man. Thank you so much. So Matt, I know we could probably continue this conversation pretty much all day. And I know we both love this stuff and give service to others. But are at time, so I would love to hear how we can connect with you. How anything that you're up to in the world. I know you're coaching. You've got the book and all that sort of thing. So please share what you're up to in the world and how people can connect.
Well, I appreciate the time, and I appreciate everybody listening to this. So if they want to check some of my work out, go to mattbelair.com. You'll find the podcast with over 600 episodes. I guarantee there's one for you in there. Hopefully you enjoy it. There's also Zen Athlete program, which you can apply for anything. So I focus on athletics, but it could be Zen music, Zen business, and entrepreneurship. And there's really the keys distilled of peak performance, and utilize like the quantum heart hypnosis, just getting clear with basic visualization techniques. And just to understand why they work and how they work, you're going to be in a much more empowered state. So those are two very powerful tools. And the podcast is a phenomenal resource. So just go to my website, sign up for the email list if you want. There's also Telegram. There's a lot of censorship going on, so Telegram still seems to be handy. And just reach out, matt@zenathlete.com. If you have any questions, if I can support you, I'd be happy to get back to you.
Beautiful, brother. Thank you so much for being here. Super grateful for you for everything that you're doing in the world to support others in their journey. And as always, it's an honor to be able to connect with you. And
okay. Whew. More impact. Beautiful stuff. So is what came forward for anybody? He was really stressing the visualization, which I really agree with. There's and the question I'll pose for you is, who are you pretending to be? And oftentimes it's, if we're older, we've had injuries, or we're not feeling as well, or the body doesn't work as well, or whatever it is. Sometimes it's easy to because it's so like especially physical feeling is it's so present, right? It's hard to say, actually, I feel amazing if I'm actually feeling pain all the time. So, but again, the power of the mind and the power of who we are when we start to think and feel differently, right? And a prime example is what Brian shared with the ice bath. It's like the ice is cold, right? But you can through the breath and through mindset and through focused intention, you can get used to it. You can overcome it, right? And so that's it's just a really great example of how we can, do something outside of us, and it just becomes like we're able to overcome it. We're able to raise our vibration. We're able to raise our frequency, and so who are you pretending to be? Are you pretending to be upset all the time, or angry all the time, or depressed, or low energy, right? And if you can actually pretend to be something else, and visualize that with focus, with vigor, and begin to generate those feelings, then I imagine that your outcome, the physical representation of what you're pretending is going to change. Eva. Hey, Eva.
Lovely. Thanks. This was such impactful hours actually. So again, thank you again for creating this space from the mindset point of view when it comes to money. Before you just it really unearthed quite a lot of things I feel I need to work through. But specifically for the session now, I just have a question for you, given obviously your also experience in the field. So from personal experience, obviously, I completely relate to aligning myself with a particular vision and how I deliver it at work and truly connecting to it. And when I was younger, that ambition, led to results, but it also led to exhaustion. So one of the things that I've been practicing this year is actually surrendering to the joy in my life as well, which obviously also leads you to a bit of off route, so to speak, because suddenly you're not as due diligent as you would have been before, and trying to stay open to opportunities, to ideas, to play in general, which I feel is critical to have more of in my life, which I ignored for far too long. So what would you say is the better balance between the two, to ensure that we are staying focused on our vision, but are also able to surrender to the plain joy of what life really is?
Such a great question. I'm just going to take a moment with that one. I don't know if we ever achieve balance. I feel like it's a continuous rebalancing, because, and this goes back to what so many of our speakers have talked about, is how present are we? How in the moment are we? Because only from that space, I believe, are we able to discern, maybe I should be working a little bit more. Maybe I am a little bit more burnt out and I need to play. Maybe I need to go dance. Maybe I've got all this energy and I, like a dance session or a workout, that's in the highest service to me in this moment. Or maybe I don't have any energy right now. Maybe I need a little more sleep or a little more meditation, or, so really coming into the present moment, and being able to be in that space to tune in. Satya, earlier, I'm not sure if you were on for that one, but she talked about, all the tools that we can use to, just from touching ourselves or being out in nature, or, using tonal activations to really tune in and say, okay, like what, where am I in my life, with all of these things, with my passion, with my purpose, with my relationships, with my health, like where am I? Okay, I'm out of balance in this area. Okay, maybe I need to focus a little bit more on this. And I really feel like if we can come to that space of real presence within ourselves, then it's so much easier to discern, what we actually need in a given situation, in a given moment. Does that resonate for you?
No, that's beautiful. Thank you. I guess it really comes down to, that discernment. I'll continue practicing. And I guess it's more that I've noticed that somewhere there is a deep fear within me of diving into something that I'm really passionate about and coming out with the same result, where you reach, an unhealthy state. So that's probably what's in me still that I need to work through, and just being brutally honest with myself.
Yeah, and that's the other part. And I'm I imagine very similar in that I can get pulled out of balance very easily, and it's like, oh, like all I've done for the last 3 or 4 months is really, like, I've been working quite hard on this, right? And there's a reminder, like Soleil is a perfect reminder. You know, in the men's group, we're always talking about if we're more connected and we're praying regularly, and we're in that meditative state, and then you look at children, right? And they're always in that state of play, you know. And I've been really lucky. I've been staying with friends, and they've got a little girl, and she's just always, her name is Scarlett, you know. And you know, so just a continuous reminder that, oh yeah, like when I've been in play and when I've been like really connected, that's when things seem to happen so much easier. So I'm doing less, I'm efforting less because I am connected, and things and people and opportunities and, you know, stuff shows up so much easier in my life than if I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna grind it out, and I'm gonna, you know, do. It's you know, to me, I'm you know, and I'm still in that space of learning to rebalance and say, okay, like I've been working really hard, but how can I, you know, really embrace the play so that I don't burn out, so that I am in balance, and so that that play and connection things show up with greater ease.
That's beautiful. No, thank you. And I think, to conclude from what you just mentioned, for myself as a takeaway, I think it very much is, I realized that throughout my career, I have operated in a certain way. It's very much a sort of survival instinct of perform and overachieve, etc. Whilst now I've entered a chapter where I needed to embrace joy and play more, because it's something I'm not used to. And now finally merging the two together and really understanding that there is this balancing act, and learning how to integrate play into my passion and my work. And leaving that sort of feeling of, you know, pushing myself in order to reach my results, and you can do it in a much more sustainable way. So thank you. I think it's just sort of a gradual shift that I'm going through at this moment.
Yeah, and you know, learning to be gentle with ourselves. That's something that I like. Gentle, like I gotta go. I gotta do stuff. You know, it's like, no, we can be gentle. We can be loving to ourselves too.
100%. Thank you again, Lee.
Thanks, Eva. Thanks for sharing. So anyone else care to speak? I'll go to the chat. In the meantime, visualization allows us to achieve what we think. Absolutely. That was Darla. Rochelle. When I start to feel ill, this is what I do. I visualize and feel different. Everything starts to shift. I'm the same with that, Rochelle, is you know, I'll go over and over again with the energy centers and blessing them, and just tuning to really, you know, feeling better, optimizing how I'm feeling. I use a lot of the tools that we've been speaking of, you know, and nutrition, mindset, focus, breath work. You know, if I'm feeling sick, I'll do extra breath work, because it's like, you know, that's, again, it's a liberation of that energy, and you're creating an alkaline, oxygen-rich environment, and disease can't live in that type of environment. You know, so it's really important to be able to leverage all of these tools, and that's why I love to talk about all of it, because it's like when we're able to have a full tool belt, you know, I might not feel like working out one day, but I can still do breath work. Or if I don't want to do either of those, I can still choose to eat healthy. Or if I don't want to do that, then, you know, I had pizza last night, you know, after our session yesterday, because I'm like, hey, I worked hard yesterday. Like I want to treat myself, you know. But so just without the tool belt, without a full tool belt, then you can't choose. You know, you're kind of limited in your choice. But more of these things that you have to lean on, and the understanding that goes with it, how the mind works, of how the body works, you know, then kind of the neurophysiology of it all, then it's like, okay, like this kind of starts to make sense, and it's not woo, like, I mean, science really, supports all this information, now, which it's taken us time to get there. Scott, I can get into the right mind frame, think the aligned thoughts, and visualize my vision board. Where I fall short is being able to feel the necessary feelings to manifest. Yeah, and that's one that I've had difficulty with as well, and that's why, I loved when Matt was talking about movement, and excuse me, and I shared about going to the gym. It's like, if we make our movement a mindfulness session, because again, we got to think about what it is that we're wanting to manifest, and then we've got to feel. Well, the feeling, it's almost like riding the rail on a train set. Like, sometimes it's hard to generate that feeling of love, or like, oh yeah, like I'm visualizing, being married and my wedding day. It's like, okay, that's a nice thought, but how do I lather up that feeling so that it becomes real? And movement is the best way that I know. And as I said, it takes some practice, because if you're at the gym or if you're dancing, the body's doing its thing, right? So how do you marry the movement with the mindset, right? The thinking component, and then because of how we think in pictures. So you want to get an image of what it is that you're thinking about, and then the mere fact that you're moving, it's like you're causing an invigoration. You're causing an emotional. I mean, that's what movement is, right? Is removing the emotion, removing the energy in the body. So it's like, to me, that is the best way to actually marry the two, right? But then there's a little bit of a process to go through to be able to, really be able to think and visualize while you're moving, while you're doing your yoga, while you're causing that invigoration and the blood is flowing in the body. But when you're able to do that for an hour straight, as I mentioned, I've had workouts where I've literally been in tears, because I'm continuously thinking about, and focusing on, and like some of the mantras that I'll do is, I am love, I am loved, I am whole, I am happy, I am married, I am, like whatever those things are. But just continuing to say them over and over and over again while you're doing the thing, right? And then having an image in mind is really, really helpful. And then as you do that, it's like you'll definitely notice a shift. Does that resonate at all, Scott? Just want to check in with you on that. You can either on mic or put it in the chat. Denise, practice makes perfect.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Was that to me? Yeah, thanks. I'll work with that. And I've done a lot of that type of stuff with yoga, and even like in Tai Chi and Qigong and such. I never thought to kind of start on a, quote unquote, simple level with just like love, because I think that's, excuse me, I think that's a huge part for me, is the self-love. I'm going to keep getting that message from different people. And man, I put a lot of work into that, and giving myself a lot of self-love and breaks and such. But I don't think I've ever done that like through dance. So I'll give that a shot and work at a more simple approach, rather than by simple, I mean like visualizing my vision board in its entirety while working out. I'll start a little smaller. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to know how it goes for you. Denise, did you want to share? It looks like you're unmiked. Did we figure out the sound? We didn't. Okay. Michelle, when I notice myself unable to access the feelings of my visualizations, notice that it's my brain thinking, what it should want or what society has told me I should want. But when I dig deeper, the desire doesn't actually deeply align with my heart. It's a continuous journey of alignment. I love that. I love that. That makes a lot of sense, Michelle. So anyone that's kind of on this journey, it's like if you go deeper, is what you're thinking about and trying to manifest, is that in deep alignment? And I'll use again in the men's group. We were sharing our whys with the guys, and as I shared mine, the guys, and I got a little bit pissy with them, a little bit angry, because it's like they're like, nah, I don't buy it. Like my first couple of shares, and we probably spent like 30 minutes on it. They're like, I don't feel it. Like, I don't feel it from me. I'm like, this has been like what I've thought about and what I've been telling myself for 30 years. Like, how is it not like, fuck you guys if you can't feel it, kind of thing. We ended that call, and then, over the, like, kind of felt the anger. I sent them a couple messages saying how angry I was, expressing my feelings openly, which they were all like, hey man, like, good job. Like, that's what I wanted to feel from you, is some emotion. And it allowed me to go deeper and tap into what my real why was, despite what I had thought, was it for such a long period of time, so that's the invitation to be able to go deeper. Even if you think that you've gotten to that depth, maybe there's more there. Pizza could be a treat if the crust is made with grinded broccoli and cauliflower full of veggies. This one wasn't a veggie pizza. This was a pizza. The crust was thin though. The crust was thin. We'll definitely start integrating into my exercise and dancing from now on. Love to hear how that goes for you as well. Okay, beautiful. We're flying right along, everybody. Thank you so much for continuing to stay with it, continuing to tune in. It's amazing. We had about 1,000 people register for this, and I think there were this morning when I checked, there were about 300 people that checked in, and yet you are the ones that are here. So I just want to celebrate you for being here again. This is about you guys. So showing up for yourself first. It's the most noble thing that you can do for yourself and for humanity. So I just want to celebrate you and congratulate you and thank you. Okay. So with that, let's. You know what? I actually want to play a song because this song just went viral a couple of weeks ago, and it's I believe it speaks to the state of the world, to the paradigm that we've been talking about, that we're moving away from, and it's just I have friends. I mean, it's been shared 62 million views, and it's a month old. So it's I think it's speaking to a lot of people, and just kind of feels appropriate to share it. So I'm going to do that. Yep.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men know for Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. Those are rich men, those are rich men. I wish politicians look out for minors, not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men know for Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, know the rich men. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
I got chills and some emotion on that. I don't know how you guys felt, but some deep resonance. Deep resonance. Okay. Just want to double check back in the chat. How's everybody feeling? Are we still good? Need to shake a little bit? Okay, so let's do doing great. So grateful to be here. Beautiful, grateful to have you here. Okay, I want to do. We have a couple of talks left before our live panel. So the panel today is going to be around 3:40. We're gonna end a little bit earlier today, but what I want to do. This is actually really good. I'm going to do another poem, and then Dan DeLewis is going to talk about optimizing your health and lifespan. And the poem is "Breath is Life," and Dan's going to be talking about the breath quite a bit, and we're actually going to do a little bit of breath with Dan. So it's good to do it in this order.
Welcome
Oh,
to the Quick Start Guide for setting up your...
sorry, commercial.
Is life. Breath is life. Breath is life. Breathe in and saturate the body with oxygen. Lower inflammation, alkalize your sacred form. Breathe out. Inhale. Flood the body with its virus-fighting chemistry. Release happy endorphins and feel-good hormones. And as you exhale, relax, release, find peace, and let go. Breathe deeply. Breath is life. All else we can go without. You say you breathe daily. I ask, but do you breathe fully? I ask you to tune in, set intention, and pay close attention. For what we focus on grows. So where does your focus go? What if we focused on our sacred heart? Breathe in more fully, feel more life, connect to more love, and remember you are light. And exhale. Let go. Free yourself. Free your mind. Fill your body with life. Optimize your health and shine your light. Yes, breathe in and feel. Breathe in and feel. Breathe in and be healed. Be for real and remember who you really are.